shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option. Type shit, working night shift, cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going, cause I love it. Ain't known by the public, and they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly, but when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game, so when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out, then you better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people and the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me Schwartz, nigga. Wanna ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a port, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with these flows, to pimp these hoes with these shows. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Hit me up later, I'm too busy right now.
ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows like
Desert. hills and lonely places. breaking news, the inaugural Natural8 Cup Championship freezeout event has exceeded its guarantee, raising the prize pool to a whopping 39 million Taiwan dollars. That's over 1.2 million USD. What drew you to play the Natural8 Cup Championship freezeout event?
Well, it's a freeze out, which I think is super fun. I always like freeze outs because it doesn't give people like me a chance to be in for 12 bullets. You know, a little healthier for the bankroll, you know. It's also got a really deep structure, which is super fun, and a ton of money up top. So what could be better, you know?
You only have one buy-in, so that kind of makes the game different. You can't just shove it all in and gamble, and you really have to, every chip matters.
打 freezeout 就可能就多一点技术，然后就可以自己小心一点啊，要去学啊。
フリーズアウトはやっぱり飛びたくないっていうのがあるんで、結構みんな痺れるような場面が多いです。
So I think freezeout event is more fair for everyone. Everyone have only one chance.
Shuffle up and deal. Alright, we have an all-air call at level 88.
Stay tuned for the final table action live on Saturday, November 22nd to find out who bags the top prize of 7.5 million Taiwan dollars and the brand new APT Championship trophy. The APT Championship 2025 is proudly presented to you by the Asian Poker Tour, generously supported by our valued partner, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association Taipei, CTP. Title sponsor, Natural8. Valued partner, GG Poker, and supported by Copag, the official card sponsor of the Asian Poker Tour.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series live from Taipei. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth by Sam Insel. We are covering the Superstar Championship final day. This is the absolutely massive buy-in, the penultimate high roller event here at the APT Championship Series. A $50,000 buy-in has found the likes of 39 entries played down on the first day to the top 18, and here we are to cover the final of it all. Sam, how are you doing this morning?
Doing excellent, Kyle. Thank you very much. Like you said, we have 39 runners coming into this Superstar Challenge. Of that, 33 are unique, so only 6 re-entries into this event. It is a $50,000 buy-in. Perhaps it's playing into it just a little bit, although very deep stacks to start. So we're coming in with a first place prize of $600,000. Only 7 places paid, so we still got a lot to play for, Kyle.
Oh yeah, and I mean, obviously 600,000, a lot of money, but just to fathom that you could get such a high first place prize from just a field of less than 40 players is absolutely astonishing. This is high roller, high stakes poker, and we know you love to see it. We're glad to have you tuning in with us here. We're going to be playing down all the way to a winner, but of course we got to get in the money first. Like you said, just the top 7 paid. They will be locking up a min cash of around $87,000. I can't remember the last time I played for a min cash of $87,000, let alone a first place prize of that much. So a very exciting one we have for you today, and some familiar players in the field as well. We did just see yesterday in the Super High Roller Championship final day, Roman Harabek took down that tournament, and guess who's back? He didn't waste any time at all, jumped back into this one, finds himself 3rd in chips. Absolutely astonishing. And there you have it on your screen. There's the payouts for today. Once we get down to our top 7, 87,000 locked up for the min cash, and as Sam was saying, $600,000. The highest prize payout we've seen so far on the stream this series. Coming up to you today for the first place winner. It's going to be some exciting high-stakes poker.
And speaking of returning faces, Manuel Fritz, who just final tabled the Super High Roller last night, has returned to the championship. He's once again our shortest stack on our feature table, coming in with 240,000 in chips. The man with $3.5 million on his hand and mob, with over 2.5 million of it just coming from this year. As we can see, some other very notable names: Stephen O'Dwyer, Chin Lim, which is 5th on the APT Malaysia hand and mob.
And of course, everyone's favorite Thai, Punat Punsri, is well in the mix here, coming in with a 6th place in chips. Has about 600,000, a little bit more than double starting stack, and for such a high buy-in small field, that is going to be plenty to play with here on day 2. And just look at that. Look at these amazing stats from Punat. It's the reason why he's one of the top players in the world. I'm sure we will see him on the stream later today. But getting a look at the stats for our final 18 players, we have an average big blinds of 28 for the day. The prize pool has amassed a whopping 1.8 million USD from just 39 entries. That's how massive this stakes are in this tournament. And of course, that first place prize of $600,000.
Some other notable names coming up. Shang Yu of China, coming in with 5th in chips on our feature table, 295,000. 2.75 million on his hand and mob. However, 1.5 million of that comes from a 4th place finish just 2 months ago. So he's looking to really increase his earnings this year.
Look at that. Speaking of, there's Punat right there on the table. Oh, I believe I see, is that Fabian?
Ding.
Yeah, I think Fabian Gooms is right behind the dealer there.
As well as Tobias Schwett. Other feature table returning face is Daniel Nielsen. Has won himself a High Roller Mega Lion already. He's looking to do that again. We also had Vincent Huang on that table, as well as Samuel Muller. Some very, very big names. And here we go, folks. Off we go to hand number 1. Ace Jack offsuit in the hijack, sitting on 14 blinds. And we're going to see it all in on the very first hand. Look at this, Kyle. Ace Jack off, taking the spot.
Jung Yu not wasting any time at all. We may be top 18 on this final day, but we are still far from the money. Only top 7 paid. And what a way to start the day. Rip it in, take it down, get the blood flowing. Could you be home in the first hand? It's possible.
I wouldn't say home. We have day 1 of our main event running right now. If you jump straight in, you've got 250 big blinds. That's our $10,000 buy-in. Freeze out. Main event with $5 million guaranteed.
It's the moment we've been talking about all year long. It is finally here. Main event day 1. Of course, we are not streaming that today, but we will keep you in the loop on what's going on, who enters, who makes day 2, and of course the coverage for that all starts tomorrow. And we will not stop covering the main event until we get to a winner. But for now, this Superstar Championship 50K buy-in. Hand number 2, you see Alex Weiss in the hijack. just runner-up yesterday in the Super High Roller Challenge. That amassed him a whopping $332,000, third of a million, but I think he still looked pretty disappointed after he lost that one. Did not hang around long. That man wants to win a trophy, and he's going to try it again today.
Sure does. Calvin Lee on the button with Jack 7 of diamonds. Has won this event before in Incheon for $236,000, $5.4 million on his hand and mob. And a regular face here at the APT, Dylan with the ace deuce of spades in the big blind.
Should be noted that Calvin Lee is the chip leader coming in from day one of the Superstar Challenge. Sitting on 1.6 million in chips. That's double second place in chips. A whopping stack for Calvin Lee. And speaking of him running good, look at this flop, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be the open ender for Calvin Lee.
Although a tough board for the in-position player. Dylan opting not to lead. Ace deuce doesn't really accomplish much by a lead. Calvin will bet. Do have to be wary on this board. You do face a lot of check raises out of the big blind. No backdoor flush draw working for Dylan, however.
Does not want to see the gut shot come in either.
He'll make the call. Ace high still in the lead, 200,000 in the middle. 4 of spades on the turn. He's given some thought to a lead on this turn. Something small like a 10%er could freeze the action a little bit, help him get closer to showdown. Decides against it. Calvin will check this back, try to realize his equity. Queen of spades on the river gives the check mark to Dylan. Dylan's still ahead of quite a few hands in Calvin's range. Decides to check, try to get to showdown. Does Calvin want to fire? Diamonds aren't great, 7's not too great. Kind of blocking a hand like 7-9. Just checks, gives it up, and Dylan will take down this pot. Much needed 95,000 headed his way.
Did also cash the Super High Roller event we saw yesterday. Was not on the stream, as we were just featuring it from our final 6. He finished 12th in that one. It's good for $41,000.
He also did win a bracelet this summer, a 50K PLO High Roller, good for $2.1 million. Man has many talents. I believe he said he lives in Vancouver.
According to Hendon Mob, that's what it says.
Very cool.
Born in the States.
I'll have to go knock on his door, get some poker advice.
There you go. He's just outside. Just go ask, man. Don't be shy. As always, welcome to all of you watching in chat. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. We love to interact with you with the comments here on YouTube, but we are also live on Facebook and Twitch. Got hellos from Kiwi in the chat. Serve is back. Justin Fairbanks with the plethora of information. Someone asking how much is first place prize. It is 600,000 USD. And Dylan Lind is going to try and get closer to that with ace king off in the small blind. Gets it through quickly. Just 4 hands in. Calvin Lee going to try and maintain this massive chip lead. Doesn't need to get too crazy with it yet. There is going to be bubble action once we get down to about 9-10 players. Be the perfect time to use that stack, should you be able to maintain it. Zhang Yu, ace-5 suited, another short stack.
Moves all in, 15 blinds. 4 hands, 3 all-ins. Could be down to the final table rather quick. We did begin the day quite short, where about 28 big blinds was the average stack.
If you're just tuning in, we'll just recap some of the information for those of you asking in the chat. This was a $50,000 buy-in. That's why the field is 39 players, and we have a $600,000 top prize. So 50K buy-in, 600K for first, top 7 in the money, $87,000 min cash for our top 7. And no, this is not the final table. As you can see in the top left side of your screen, we still have 18 runners in the field here on our second day. As Sam was saying, about 28 big blind average to start the day, 40-minute levels. So even faster than the event we saw yesterday. But of course, we are not on the final table yet. We are not even in the money yet. So we'll even get to see a little bit of bubble action on the stream.
Small blind limp. Manuel Fried's quite short, 10 big blinds. Gets to see a free one. 1/3 of his effective stack is in the middle. And Spike's bottom pair. However, Alexander Weiss with the double gut shot. Equities basically neck and neck, 55%. Slight edge to Manuel Fried's. Both these players were on our final table of the super high roller just last night. A check from Weiss. See if Alexander just wants to shove the money in. No, we'll make the call. 110,000 in the middle. 10 of clubs. Front door flush coming in. Neither player happy with that card. Manuel moving up to 72% equity.
Nice checks.
Check, check, off to a river. 7 of hearts. Not the worst card for Martin. And this is getting very close to the nut low for Alexander. So he's going to bluff at this. 65,000. A little over half pot. Repping perhaps something like Jack 10. Maybe a 7, although perhaps that sizes up just a bit. Maybe some 9x that just checked, and quite odd to just check call top pair on the flop versus such a short stack. But Manuel Fritz now in a tough spot, just bottom pair. You know, can lose to a 9, a 10, a 7. Maybe a flush that check calls and then bets the size. But probably more just those medium strength hands. Gets it through.
Neil Fritz now below 10 big blinds. We are just 6-handed on this table. Once we get down to our top 16, we will be down to our top 2 tables. Only be doing a table redraw at the final table. But once we see 2 eliminations, we will see the empty seats be filled up with a table broken. Of course, the first stream of the series where we have multiple tables. On every break, we do swap out our feature table. So if there's someone else in the field that you want to see the action of, they may just be coming up after the first break.
2 away from my table redraw as well, down to our final 2 tables.
I believe only final table redraw for this event. Jack 9 suited for Weiss. Just under 30 bigs to his stack.
There's the open.
Gets it through.
A little bit far away from the money to really see Calvin, start to really put on the pressure, start to bully players. Although we are seeing some players taking their time, trying to stall down, try to get to that final table, try to get to that min cash. It's $85,000 for 7th place. No small chunk of change.
Potentially playable hand for Weiss. Does like to get involved. We saw the differing open sizes on the final table yesterday as well. Curious to see what comes in today. And an ace for Chinwai Lim.
Superstar from Malaysia. 5th on the Malaysia all-time money list. That was a tough money list. We have our very own Michael Soiza, Paul Fua. Overall, one of the tougher ones, especially out of the Asian countries. He's going for the limp. Dylan will check his option.
King 8, Queen, 2 spades. Chin still ahead with ace high.
Between the two of these players, they have $30 million in their hand and mobs. It's 86th on the all-time money list for Chin Lim and Dylan Linde, 101. Very, very impressive resumes for both of these players.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at this feature table. There is not a single person with less than 7 figures on their hand and mob. Alex Weiss is, by that standards, the least experienced with over $1 million. Not very often you'll see that.
Dylan putting that 10 of spades to work. Fires up for 30,000.
Works. Gets the ace to fold. Chinwei Lin doesn't want to get into any fancy blind play. Just keep it simple in that spot. Still sitting second in chips on this table. Chin did start day 2 with second in chips as well, despite being miles behind Calvin Lee. But it is deceptive as Calvin has an absolutely massive stack to start this day, with nearly half the field still remaining as well. The suited one gapper in the small blind. Go flat.
Could see some raises from a junky hand like Jack Deuce off from time to time. Perfectly reasonable to check back as well. Both these players will take another flop.
Queen 3 deuce bottom pair for Chung Yu. Just backdoor spades for Dylan. took a stab at it, but Yu calls with a pair of twos. Turn comes the 3 of spades. Flush draw comes in for Dylan now.
It's an awkward SPR just around 3. It's one of those where if you bet it get jammed on with a flush draw, you're really unhappy. Dylan will check his turn flush draw. And check. Zhang, 6 of diamonds on the river. Dylan left with just 9 high. Doesn't want to bluff, just gives it up. Jack deuce will take it. Nice cool fact from Justin. After the super high roller finish, Roman Hrabek and Manuel Fritz, Alex, not sure which Alex you're talking about there, and Danny Tang played the superstar with Axel Halle playing the Mega Sati, and Hikaru played the $200 Super Hyper Turbo after winning, what is it, like $150,000 over the course of a week?
Love to see it. I mean, sometimes your options are between $50K and $200, and you got to make a judgment call in there.
Yeah.
Which one do you really feel most comfortable playing? You know, they say poker, one of the biggest skills is game selection. Definitely going to be a great contender in the $200 field.
Manuel Fritz takes a spot. King Jack offsuit for 8 bigs. Calvin Lee, only 1 spot to his left, does wake up with a hand. They are in early positions. He's going to make the call. So far, so good. Folded around to the big blind. Alexander Weiss just queen 5 off, so not a bad hand to get called by when you have king jack. You are slightly behind, but at least you're not dominated. Oh, this is the Alex you're talking about, Justin. Of course. And due to Cardinal, you can see he's got 47%. Off we go to a flop, and with the ace on the flop, just down to 3%, needs backdoor, running 2 pair trips or straight. The 7 of clubs will seal his fate. GG to Manuel Fritz.
Was also the first person eliminated on our feature table yesterday, but of course that one was a little bit more eventful, as he walked away with a 6th place cash, good for $100,000. This time, not in the money. And assuming he fired just 1 bullet, half of that prize money from 6 yesterday is gone in this one entry. That's how massive this tournament is. $50,000 buy-in.
With that, we're at 16 players, so this will be the final 2 tables. We're going to shuffle around, get a few more players onto our feature table. Oh wow, Justin, let us know Roman Hrabek was the first one eliminated today. He started with a big, big stack. Looks like he lost ace-king to 10s of Samuel and then lost the rest.
No way. Wow. He was 3rd in chips, I believe.
Yes.
16th. That's poker, man. It's a cruel, cruel game. He just won 400K. He's fine. Go get a bubble tea, Roman. Enter the main. Have some fun.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see these high rollers they want to play right away or go for the late reg into day 2.
I think you go ASAP. There's no rebuys. You want to be playing deep stack poker as much as you can if you have an edge over people at your table. I think that's definitely the play with such a deep structure.
There's nothing too much in the higher buy-in range going on today, so unless he wants to take the day off, we can actually just check right now, see if he's in. If you folks do want to check out if your favorite players are in the main event, if they're in anything else, head on over to apt.poker. All the information is there.
Looks like we're just waiting for our new players to join the table. Down to our final 2. We'll be doing a redraw once we get down to our final table. Of course, that still will not be in the money. Just top 7 paid in this tournament, but we're getting closer. Already 2 eliminations to start the day.
Some very big names joining our table. Jun Obara of Japan, 2nd on the Japan all-time money list. Good for $7.3 million. Masashi Oya will be first place on their Hendon Mob, with the only player in Japan over 8 figures. Jun Obara did just take home 3rd place in the single-day high roller mystery bounty. Good for $15,000. It's not inclusive of the bounties. That's the one that Hikaru Hishinuma, that's the one that she took down. Of course, Bao Ding is joining our table as well. He already has an APT Championship main event ticket. He started to show up a little bit more at the APT, and it's been good to see him. He's a very, very accomplished player. $19 million on his Hendon Mob, which is coincidentally also 2nd place in his country. That is China. Just shy of $22 million from Aaron Shu Zhang, who's in 1st place on their Hendon Mob. He's getting close. Looks like he did just take home 7th place in the Super High Roller Championship, so he's already had a final table. However, 1 spot away from joining us on the live stream.
And look at that, the man with style from Germany. Glasses and the scarf, Fabian Gooms at the table. 3.8 million in Hendon Mob earnings. Of course, he was runner-up for the high roller event at APT Jeju for $123,000. Wanted that trophy, couldn't quite nab it. Have another 6-figure cash at Triton earlier this year, as well as one at the World Series of Poker in Vegas.
Well, Bao's resume is honestly very impressive. He's already won this event, the Superstar Challenge. This was back in April 28th this year here in Taipei. Good for $307,000. Then he comes back in Jeju, gets 3rd once again in the Superstar Challenge, this same tournament, and then also final tables the APT Super High Roller in Jeju, followed by the Super High Roller here at APT Taipei. Very accomplished player, used to play online, but with the time difference, he said he was just staying up way too late, moved into the live fields, and has now amassed $19 million on his Hendon Mob. Very, very impressive.
And look at this, Calvin Lee using that chip lead. Opening up pocket 3s and +1 with a full ring at this table now. Ding will defend Jack 3 of hearts in the big blind. Go to the flop. Ace, Queen 5, 2 hearts. It's going to be good for the flush draw. Yao Ding. Calvin just clinging onto equity. One of the smallest pairs you can get in this game. Does have the early position open, betting lead. We'll take a stab at this ace-high board. Six of diamonds on the turn, 2 flush draws. Does Calvin want to go for a double barrel? Checks to him again.
On this SPR, you're not really wanting to use flush draws. It is that bet get jammed on, get upset. Sometimes these lower pocket pairs do make decent bluffs. Decides against it, 8 of clubs on the river. Calvin with the check mark. You know, hearts aren't great for Bao, but versus an early position open, could try to go for something small, fold out like a king 10. Looks like he's going big.
Nearly 2/3 pot.
Yeah, trying to target maybe some queen X. Quick fold from Calvin.
Now, when you're in Calvin's shoes and you're not even within your range anymore, I would say. Dropped below the bottom of your range. Nice, looking for an open with 8-9 off on the button. Decides against it. This time, Biao Ding with the pocket threes. Coming from the small blind. Jun is fairly short. Gets jammed on, we'll just fold. Someone asking about Punat in the chat. Once we got down to our final 16, I did see Punat still sitting on that outer table. We will be swapping feature tables once we get to our first break. So assuming they don't balance it out and swap the table Punat's at, you should be seeing him once we come back from the first break. Dylan Lin not going to entertain 5-6 suited, but Zhang Yu, ace queen off in the hijack. Sitting on about 18 big blinds. Takes the spot to open. No action so far. Calvin Lee sitting on ace-4 off. This one will just get through. Pre-flop, Chung Yu starting to climb up. Came in as one of the shortest stacks today. Of course, the players who just joined our table as well. Yao Ding, Fabian Gooms, Jun Obara. All of them were in the bottom half of the field. Not too far off of starting stack to start the day. Seems Biao has been able to find himself enough spots to double up from where he started not long ago. Jun Ubara sitting on just 15 big blinds will jam King Queen off. Calvin Lee with King Queen for himself in the small blind.
To get called here in Jun Ubara's shoes, this is probably best case scenario. There you go. All 4 suits live, however.
The red King Queen slightly ahead due to card removal. Go to the flop. Rainbow flop will chop this one up as they grab their chips. Ubara will take the slight chip up. Gets to chop up the big blind and the ante. That's +1 big.
Yes, Justin, you are correct. It was Jun Ubara versus Calvin Lee heads up in the Superstar Challenge. We did not cover that one in Incheon. I believe that one was a very small field. I think it was like, let me check real quick. Yeah, that was 24 players. With, looks like only top 4 places getting paid. Tanasorn Saylor, Mikael Anderson, and Jun Ubara, with Calvin Lee taking first place.
Yeah, keep in mind that's nearly half this field and half the buy-in on top of that as well.
I mean, for this field, we only had 19 runners at the end of day 1 yesterday. And we got another 20 that jumped straight in before late registration was over. Yeah, considering it's a single re-entry, it does make sense. You know, if you bust early, might just want to wait till that max late reg and take your shot then. Calvin Lee with the suited king. On the button. Opens things up, 40,000. Fabian Gooms picking up the king queen off. His turn with this hand now.
Fabian Giving them a warning. Don't mess with me.
I thought maybe he was telling them, you had this hand, and now I have this hand.
That could be it too. Yep. If you're going to play 50K, you might as well have fun with it.
Queen 10 of clubs under the gun. Just a hair over 20 blinds to start. Juno Barra with the king queen off once again. Let's see how he wants to play this. Up against a very strong 20 big blind opening range under the gun.
Just flats?
I think it's a tiny raise.
Oh, it is a raise. Okay. A min 3-bet.
Queen 10 suited, nice looking hand facing this action. Sort of shrivels up. You're even dominated by some of the bluff and range. You know, a hand like what Juno Barra has. Perhaps an ace 10, king 10, if you wanted to be very wild. Does think better of it and just folds. Still at 16 players.
Juno Barra also coming into the day with one of the shorter stacks. Doing well to chip up a bit.
So very playable ace queen offsuit for Alexander Weiss under the gun.
Hasn't run into anything so far, but ace queen suited for Dylan Lind will change that in the small blind.
Twenty blinds. Let's see. Three bets to 6 bigs.
Playing 8-handed. Alex Weiss under the gun open. Facing the small blind 3-bet.
Wow, just lets it go. What could have been another chop pot. Heads Dylan's way.
Most of this table sitting around that 20-25 big blind chip stack size. Patiently for the bubble to approach with that chip stack. There will be opportunities approaching. Lim, no action so far versus his king-queen suited open. Alex with a suited hand, no connectivity, just 10 high.
Looks like he's a little bit on the conservative side today, so we did just see the ace-queen fold. The 10-4 suited, looking to tighten up, but no, we'll defend this. Pretty good board for the in-position player, ace, jack, 5 rainbow. Alex Weiss, not even a backdoor flush draw. Easy continuation bet from Chin. Man from Malaysia. Did final table a $25,000 WSOP event. We got 9th place this summer. Good for $141,000, so quite close to a bracelet. Been playing since 2014, live tournaments. That's a very, very impressive resume for 11 years played. $16 million in his hand mob. That's over $1 million a year if you average it out. Down to 15 players, it's getting close.
Pocket sevens for Chinwei Lim. Not too many fireworks so far on this feature table.
Dang, with the sixes. There's a little bit on the deeper side, 24 blinds, 25-ish. Start the hand. 16th place elimination was Tobias Schwecht. And there's the all-in from Ding with the sixes. 25 big blinds. If Chin can find this call, Ding will be only 13% equity.
Oh, it's tough. It is a massive sizing. But you know that the pairs that dominate you shouldn't be jamming this big for the most part.
You probably have to worry something like 10s through 8s. Maybe jacks are inducing. Wow, lets it go. Ding gets away with one. I think maybe if he's in the cutoff, it becomes a little bit easier. You typically do see the bigger 25 to 30 big blind jams from cutoff versus big blind, button versus big blind, that go all the way down to deuces. Oh, it's just letting us know. Lim goes by Webster, like the dictionary.
That's a fun name.
For outer table, Punat Punsri, Samuel Muller, Vincent Huang, Daniel Johnston. Or sorry, Nielsen, rather.
I think it's Stephen O'Dwyer.
As well.
Slip out there as well.
Yeah, as well as Bao King Ho, who I believe is Abraham Seasfin's best friend. Two grew up together.
Oh, very nice.
Abraham Seasfin, our latest main event champion. And 5-time final tablist in the main event. He is back, does have a free entry into the 10K event. We can actually just take a look right now, see if he's jumped in straight away. I'm not sure for him because he usually qualifies through Natural 8 straight into the on-live portion.
Big jam here from Weiss, 18 bigs, ace-4 off on the button.
That is adventurous.
And this time, Biao Ding has the 7s in the small blind. Gonna get a count. I think he called. Yep, there it is, the call. Biao Ding getting it in slightly ahead versus Alex Weiss. Alex looking to hit an ace. His tournament life is at risk.
Solid 42% due to card removal.
This is just shy of a 1 million chip pot. Flop comes Jack 5-8, 2 spades. Spades are no good for Weiss. But the 4 on the turn gives 1 extra out to Weiss. Could hit trips with that last 4 of diamonds on this river. And the ace of clubs will be good. Alex Weiss, in the nick of time, just gets there. And he will be the one with nearly 1 million chips. Biao Ding crippled down to just about 11 big blinds.
Rough one. Both players emotionless. After a very large pot, nearly 1 million in chips, 40 big blinds out there. Alexander Weiss does have quite a big stack.
Yeah, that might be good enough for close to second in chips. Our top 15.
Could make another run at 5 straight final tables for our biggest buy-in events. The super high roller, the superstar, followed by the high roller. That was last time here in Taipei. Then got second place last night in the super high roller and is now on his way to a superstar championship final table. Not the position you want to pick up deuces in on 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds. We'll have to let it go. Ding, gonna get involved back-to-back hands. This time ace 10 of clubs. Moves in.
Easy spot. Will he get it through? Will he have to run the cards out? And he's going to run into Calvin Lee's ace-king. Unfortunate timing. In just 2 hands. Now Ding could be out of this tournament. Is now the one with just 32% equity. Looking for a 10. Looking for clubs.
Or Broadway. Some chop outs.
Paired board always helps.
Open
Look at
ender
that
helps
jack.
even more.
Any jack, any 9, any queen, any 7.
As well as a 10. And there's a chop. Ding will survive another hand.
I almost missed the 10. There were so many outs. Yeah, the most obvious one. Look at that. Lives to fight another day. Nearly favored for a double up there by the end, but when you get it in that dominated, you are loving a chop. Half the table under 15 big blinds at the moment. Oh, and Justin letting us know we have the first elimination in the main event. The Taiwan local and Chu Lin. It is a freeze out, so that is the end of their tournament for the first person of the freeze out. No rebuys, one and done. That's what I usually say before I rebuy some Hyper Turbo at night. Dylan Jason Lind with King Jack suited and +1. And now Chung Yu with Ace Jack off and +2. Very short, going to rip it in 13 big blinds. Lots of players behind them, no action so far. Dylan Lind would have to call off 11 big blinds if he wanted to run this one out. Would be a massive portion of his stack. Decides this isn't the spot. Chung Yu takes down a pot, chipping up to 430,000. Slowly climbing back up to that towards that 20 big blind chip mark. Another blind steal would do it. A lot of money on the line in this 50K buy-in, but it is only 40-minute levels. You will not have all day to find your spots. It is still tournament poker. With King-6 suited in the cutoff. Decides he doesn't want a piece of the action. Calvin Lee will take the opportunity to open. Chin-Wei Lim will defend 8-7 and we go to a flop. 6-6-9, open ender for Chin-Wei Lim, but top pair for Calvin Lee.
Could potentially see some checks from Calvin. Big blind does respond with quite a few check raises on a board like this. And it starts to get quite uncomfortable. Although with the covering stack near the bubble, does cut down on how much aggression the big blind can play back at you. Just a call from Chin. 215,000 in the middle. Head to the turn. It's the 3 of hearts. Backdoor flush draw. Not much else changes. I suppose 7-5 is now double gutted. Chin to start this hand with something like 28 bigs, so could potentially get some value from pocket 8s, pocket 7s at flatted pre, some worse 9x, some draws. That's what Calvin is going to try to do. 130,000. Chin will just let it go.
Calvin Lee still holding on to that overwhelming chip lead. Grim's looking for his spot. Just 8.5 bigs. Same with Biao Ding sitting around 11 big blinds. Sevens. Biao Ding once again. Goes for the jam. A lot of players behind him to get through. Webster looks down at ace-9 suited, gets a count.
Quite an early position jam. It's going to take the spot. And another flip. Dang, once again with pocket 7s. I think it's 3 of them. I think he jammed 7 against Chin.
He had 6s versus 7s that he took down the first time.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then he had 7s versus Alex Weiss.
Yes.
So 7s once again making their way into an all-in situation, and 9 straight away in the window. However, a gut shot straight draw helping out Ding.
But 2 8s and a 7 folded already. That's half the outs gone.
No additional equity on the 3 of hearts turn. Needs to find a 7 or an 8. And he cannot. Queen of clubs on the river seals Ding's fate. GG to the second on the money list for China. Chin chipping up nicely. 900,000, getting close to that 1 mil mark.
And there were 14 Half the field will be cashing, half the field will be going home empty. Or at least leaving this tournament. Keep saying home like there's not 200 events in the series that they have the option to jump into. With, of course, the main event starting today, the one that everyone has been looking to play.
Ding already has his ticket for that as well, winning the Superstar Challenge. So it's not going to cost him anything to jump in. We'll see if he does want to play deep stack. He does not. He's not in right now. Might go get some lunch.
Doesn't hurt to center yourself a bit, especially if you just busted. Maybe just review a few things. Getting some last-minute meditations, meal, maybe a quick workout. Freezeout's going to be a long one if you plan to play through the whole 5 days, which everyone dreams of. Got to be ready for the marathon. And oh, look at that. Everyone always asking, is Punat in? Is Punat in? You can see him right there behind Fabian's in the shot. And speaking of Fabian, taking the spot with Queen 9 off in the cutoff. Will jam his 215,000, gets it through to the big blind, and Chung Yu only holding 10-8. This should just get through easily.
You know, we did start today with a 28 big blind average stack. So we were expecting quite a few all-ins, but I gotta say I was not expecting this many. We're seeing something like 20, maybe 30% of hands or jams. We do have a lot of short stacks. We have lost 5 players in just the first 3 orbits of today.
Yeah. Even seeing ace-9 suited call off an early position jam as well.
It's quite light. Must think Ding is shoving quite wide.
Players are heavily studied, not just on the game, but on each other as well. Everyone trying to out-exploit each other.
And speaking of all-ins, Dylan will reshove ace-9 offsuit on the button. Good timing. Chin. Going for a little bit of a loose open. Ace-6 offsuit in the cutoff. One at the bottom of range. Chin nicely places the 50K on top of Dylan's all-in.
Still have 3 players at the table that could be all in at any moment. Open jams, re-steals, all very likely. Tables playing 7-handed. We'll only continue to get shorter until we reach that final table. Another hand for Fabian Gooms. Just 11 big blinds. Just gonna go for the min raise.
So far, so good for Fabian.
We have seen a little bit of carnage on this feature table, but for the most part, a lot of the short stacks either getting it through or finding a double up. Bara elects to defend 10-7 of clubs. Less than 2 SPR. We go to the flop, ace 5-5. Quick check from Jun.
Very good board for an early position. 10 big blind open. Just fire 1 big blind, get so much respect. Which is exactly what Fabian will do.
Jun will respect it. Fabian takes it down with an extra big blind of value, getting the defend pre-flop. Junubara is the new short stack. Nearly swapping spots with Fabian. Both still short, 14 bigs and 11 bigs respectively. 14 left, but the bubble still not quite here. Still 7 eliminations to go in a field of only 39. With a lot of short stacks, it could creep in faster than you expect. Perhaps why some people are adjusting their plays on the tighter side.
Well, no adjustment needed here as Alexander Weiss is picking up pocket 10s on the button. Goes for the open. Calvin Lee with the covering stack. Jack 6 offsuit in the big blind. There's the defend. Pretty close to the bottom. Might be like Jack 5, Jack 6, something like that, but does outflop the pocket 10s of Alexander Weiss. Jack 9-5, very coordinated board. I think out of all the hands you can have, 10s probably wanting to bet the least. Weiss will continue. 65,000. A little bit of a bigger bet. It's a connected board. It is rainbow. Does favor some larger bets. Perhaps a larger bet deterring a check raise from Calvin. Perhaps it's the stack depth. Perhaps it's something else. Turning 2 pair, however. 7-8 did just improve. There's potentially some leads as Alexander Weiss shouldn't be opening 7-8 off. Calvin Lee should be defending them pure. Indeed, a lead coming in. 20% pot. This pot getting quite big for a medium strength hand for Alex. Is he raising? This one's going to be tough to figure out. What do you think his idea is? Is he he just likes the 10 of spades to block his continues, or I mean, you're blocking bluffs like 10-8, queen 10, 10-7, spades.
Like maybe you're trying to get lighter pairs to call you here because you might balance this with draws that come in on this turn, like spade draws, some combo draws with some straights as well. But
something like you're trying to get a value from like 9-8 is what you're saying?
I think so. That's, yeah, I'm just trying to think of what you'd be representing as a bluff first, because that's the only thing you're going to get value from, is if you can, your opponent can put you on enough bluffs, I think, essentially.
Maybe it's just like a super merge where like a jack is going to fold and Calvin min 3 bets. This hand is out of control, Kyle. So like, is he trying to get folds from something like Jack 4 that led the turn and then get called by something with like higher equity, like 6-7, perhaps? 'Cause it wasn't a small raise either in position versus 20%. He went 7 big blinds. And he's just gonna have to let that one go. I'd be quite interested to hear what his thoughts were of that hand. But Calvin Lee up to 2 million in chips.
Yeah, getting a bit of a gift there. Turning 2 pair. Then getting raised after you lead out. Dream spot.
With a hand like 10s too, so medium. You know, typically medium strength hands just benefit from passive actions, as when you put them into more aggressive lines, you typically get called by better and fold out worse, which, you know, can work sometimes if you're... It's very situational, though. Maybe just like a showdown raise. Raise so you don't face a river.
It might be one of those things where you might know your opponent is going to find a massive bluff sizing on that river that's just going to make you hate life, and you try to avoid that with, yeah, some, you know, kind of pre-block betting raise on the turn. But of course the downside to that is when you run into it, or even if you get bluffed there on the turn itself somehow, now you're just in an even worse spot, and you put in more money before it as well.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, it's a tough spot. And
I think it all just goes back to the light flop bet. You know, it is a board that does favor some bigger bets, but when that's the case, you typically want to really put your medium strength hands into that check range. Overall, a very fun hand. Gives us quite a bit to talk about.
Yeah, it's fun when you can see everybody's cards in the booth too. I like the. You can picture the ranges a little bit more clearly when you see what people are doing with their decisions, and you know, it does also open up the idea to when you're at the table that sometimes you put someone on a specific range and go, ah, they're never raising here with a medium strength hand, and then you see it sometimes, and you know, I think I have to realize that on the table where it's like, oh, this doesn't really make sense, but there's a human element that sometimes people make decisions that you don't think would be intuitive, but happen nonetheless. Even with that hand, Alex Weiss still sitting over 20 bigs. Lots to play with at the moment. The blinds will be going up in just over a minute. These are only 40-minute levels.
Calvin Lee coming in for a button open, queen 6 of spades. Fabian king 7 of hearts in the small blind. Will take a spot. Rejamming against Calvin's button open. Gets another one through.
Yeah, middling suited king, chip leader button open. Not a bad time. Of course, big thank you to our sponsors, Natural8. They have been providing a free roll on Natural8 for everyone tuning in to the live stream here at the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series. And today is not excluded. If you're looking to jump into that free roll, the password for today is ChipRush. Capital C, capital R on either of those words. ChipRush. We'll put it in the comments for you as well, in case you want to copy paste it. And get yourself a shot at some free money on Natural8. Calvin Lee opening up an ace in the cutoff. Dylan with 10-8, unsuited one gapper in the big blind. Sitting on about 21 bigs, 22. Will slightly qualify, makes the defend. Go to the flop. Ace 8-4. Middle pair for Dylan Lind and 2 pair for Calvin Lee. It is an ace high board, but chip leader with the cutoff open. Might see one street of value from Dylan. Sure enough, Dylan makes the call. Drawing nearly dead. Does not want to see a 10. Deuce of diamonds brings in the front door flush draw. Both players with black cards. Calvin fires again. Not sure he's going to see 2 streets of value. An 8 is still second pair, but ace high board. Double barrel, flush draw comes in. Dylan not really drawing to anything else. Lays it down. Calvin Lee adding to that chip lead, now over 2 million. Blinds are at 15K, 30K. That means Weiss is under 20 bigs now. Ace 10 for Webster.
Did see a loose jam from Dylan Linde against Webster. Last orbit, the ace-9 off, first cutoff open. Everybody just really going for it today. King-Jack offsuit makes it into the middle. 16 bigs.
And we are still 7 off the money. It's a long ways to go.
There's the call. We're once again going to see ace-10 versus King-Jack.
Dylan Lind is the player at risk.
Last time was Manuel Fritz with the King-Jack, getting flopped nearly dead by Calvin Lee.
If Dylan Lind does find the double up, Chinwei Lim will be crippled down to just 10 big blinds.
Yeah, 1 million in chips in the middle. Off we go to a flop. Jack 10-3. So far, so good for the King-Jack. Ace of hearts for Chin. No additional equity on the 3. Needs an ace or a 10 to knock out Dylan and cannot find it. Dylan up to 1 million in chips. Close to a final table stack. It probably is at this point.
Yeah, it sounds about right. 1 million would be very comfortable. Less than 10 million chips in play. Calvin Lee, of course, with 2 of those. 2.1 million for the chip leader in this tournament. That is over 20% of the chips in play with still 14 runners in the field. Absolutely massive stack.
Our main event up to 239 entries. 2 eliminations so far. It's been about 2 hours, 15 minutes of play. So an elimination in an hour so far. Starting stack of 50,000.
Yeah, even more than that with 4 players gone already. Going fast. Chinwei Lim with King Queen off. We'll rip in 11 big blinds. And Dylan Lind with ace-9 suited on the button.
I think we're going to see another all-in confrontation between these 2 neighbors. 30 million on their hand and mobs combined. Our 2 most experienced players at the table, earnings-wise. Makes the call. King Queen off, not in bad shape.
Look, Sam, it's your favorite green little tube.
Sure is. Shout out Hong Tai.
And once again, these 2 battling it out. This time, Chinwei Lim, the player at risk. Should Chin find the double up after they trade off stacks, they will be neck and neck, tied at 700,000. We go to the flop, 5-4 deuce, 2 diamonds. It's not looking good for Chin. No diamond will help. Needs to hit a king or a queen. That is clean. One of those clean kings has been folded, so it is just 3 outs with 1 card to come. Can Chin Wei Lim find the lucky card on this river? He can! The king of spades. The clean king. For Webster Lim finds the double up. And after these two duked it out a couple times, they now find themselves absolutely tied for chips. And I think with both of them eyeing the rail not too long ago, they can kind of chuckle and go, hey, we're both still in this one. Let's keep playing.
And solid stacks for both. You know, definitely could sneak into a final table with around 20 big blinds. Calvin Lee picking up the pocket 8s under the gun.
He's continuing to buy a bit of time with every hand.
Yeah, you know, he just lost like 300K. Oh, Juno Barra, ace king offsuit. We're going to see another all in here, folks. He's only got 7 big blinds behind, 8 total. I do get very worried when somebody on 7 blinds, the big blind shoves on me versus under the gun. It's very strong because they can just flat. Right, so you typically see some very strong hands. Here we go, another flip. Juno Barra with a slight equity favorite due to card removal. These players, about 12 million in hand and mob between the two of them. Just packed full of crushers, as you can imagine, in a 50K buy-in event. Juno Barra is at risk.
Yeah, it's not every day your 1 or 2 million hand and mob earnings is a little bit light for the field. But here we go. 7-7-3. 8s are clean on the flop. Juno Barra still looking for an ace or a king. 10 of hearts, no help. No counterfeit outs to the 8s. Needs to find one of those cards, and that will not be good. Calvin boats up on the river, and Jun Misawa Obara, the Japanese poker legend, has been eliminated in 14th place.
We did just see Mateus Lip also eliminated.
Oh, wow. Double elimination.
Yeah, it's getting close. We're down to 12 remaining in the field. 5 off the money, 3 off the final table. Calvin does a quick count of the players remaining in the field. I can see Samuel Muller still in the mix, as well as Punat Punsri in the background.
Yes, don't worry, chat. He's there.
Calvin Lee, a commanding lead as we get to the soft bubble, our first one for the final table. Nearly 4-1 chip lead over second in chips. Fabian with pocket 5s under the gun. This is under the gun 6, so this is technically the low jack. Thinks better of it. The min cash here is around 87,000 US. That will be for 7th place. Goes all the way up to $600,000 for first.
Jung Yu with King Jack suited and the cutoff will take the spot. Alex Weiss with the what is becoming a Classic hung tie sniff before a fold. Chung Yu gets it through, picks up 2.5 big blinds. It's basically a 25% stack increase just for stealing the blinds.
No, that would not even cover 2 bullets, which is quite typical for min cash these days. Anywhere from like 1.6 to 1.8 is quite common. That's the 600,000 up top, as well as the APT Championship ticket and our 2D Lion Superstar Championship, or rather the Championship Mega Lion this time round. Typically we do award the black 2D Lion for a Superstar Challenge. However, this is the Superstar Championship.
Yeah, keep in mind, top 7 is 18% of the field. That is actually quite wide for an in the money range. Typically, you would see something like 12.5 to maybe 15%. But because it's such a high roller, high stakes event, I think they wanted to extend that payout range just a little bit, get a few more people in there.
Yeah, we do around 15 to 20 for these. So this part kind of sucks for Calvin, given that the blinds are quite short. Like Fabian's on 15 and big blind's on 20, so he doesn't really get to open like crazy wide. Oh, he's in the small blind. He's in the button. This makes more sense. Off to a flop, King, Jack, 7, Calvin lead, now with 95%, a lock on the hand. Albeit it does not feel like a strong hand on this board.
Fabian pretty short, might be jamming most of the King X's he would wake up with in the big blind. Lots of jacks in his range though, of course. No stress for Calvin Lee. Quick bet on this flop takes it down. Chipping up to 2.4 million in chips. Basically a quarter of the chips in play, 80 big blinds with 12 players remaining. Approaching the final table with 3 average stacks. That's got to feel pretty good. And not just approaching the final table, but approaching the bubble, more importantly. You see the dynamic approaching. You know how to take advantage of it. And even if people know how to play back against you, sometimes they're just going to be handcuffed with ICM. Especially with a wider payout range and such a big buy-in. Calvin Lee opens King 3 suited. Fabian Gooms with an ace in the small blind. Just sitting on about 13 big blinds. It looks like he does announce for the jam. And it is bad timing. Chin Wei Lim with ace jack in the big blind.
Fabian's really been going after it. Jamming very wide on Calvin's button opens. We saw like King 7 suited. Like we saw something else as well. Now ace 6 off. Might get him in trouble.
Chin Wei Lin rejams. go. Fabian Gooms, the player at risk, and is pretty dominated, looking for a 6. Other than that, he's going to have to hit some 4-liners, maybe a double pair board for a chop out. It's not going to be easy, but we go to the flop. Jack, jack, deuce, and all but dead.
Gonna have to go running aces.
Yeah. And the 7 of hearts spells the end of the tournament for Fabian Gooms. 12th place finish here in the Superstar Championship, a $50,000 buy-in. Gets one step closer to the money. Just 11 remaining from a field of 39 players. Which is still pretty big considering it was 39 players. We're not even at 25% of the field yet. It is 4 off the money. It's not going to go that quickly. As Justin was mentioning earlier, being closer to the money in a smaller field is very different than something like a main event, where these eliminations could fly by with tons of tables in the mix. This one just has 2. And in just a couple eliminations, we will redraw to our final table. Get that words out there. There we go. And the bubble play will all be live on our feature table. But the fun thing about waiting for that final table redraw is that both tables are going to have to play short-handed poker.
Yeah, a table of 6, table of 5. That big blind ante will rip through you, especially if you do not have the chips to sustain you.
And with someone like Calvin Lee hogging most of them, it's going to be tough.
Calvin opening the button, king 5 off. It's a dead button.
We've seen people fight back versus his button open, but usually those are the short stacks that can rejam on him. Chinwei Lim with 1.2 million. A little bit more in that handcuff spot as we approach the bubble.
Wouldn't be completely out of the question to flat the king 7 suit versus such a wide range. You're covered, you've got a good stack, you're gonna get close to the money.
Do you ever like a 3-bet with that holding there, given the stack size, or no?
Not with that
Too
one.
aggressive, yeah.
I don't want to have a 7 in my hand because he's going to be opening offsuit 7x, I imagine. So that blocks all of his auto folds. You know, if you were both like 40 blinds, it makes a bit more sense when he's opening just the standard 8x on the button.
We got to talk to the graphics team about putting a little banner in maybe like the top right side of the screen that says Punat is still in.
Or we can always just check apt.poker. You can take a look and chin. Webster Lim picking up pocket aces on the button. 40 big blinds in his stack. I'm sure he is praying for another confrontation with his neighbor. Jack 3 offsuit will not qualify. Neither will the 6-5 off.
This will be the last blind level before the first break of the day. Once we hit that first break, we will be swapping feature tables, so barring a devastating turnout for the Thai legend, we will be seeing Punat Punsri on the next feature table. Lee continues to add to that towering chip stack. Bet you will be coloring up for some 100K chips on the next break. A walk for Calvin Lee. Playing easy poker at this point. For a couple bust outs before we get that final table and the redraw. Of course, inching our way closer to that $87,000 min cash. Chung Yu with King 10 off in the cutoff, under 10 bigs. Imagine this spot will qualify. Thinks about it and rips it in. Alex Weiss with a suited ace. It is just ace deuce. Not the most comfortable spot to call it off. Imagine Alex folds and there it is. Calvin Lee with trash. Chin Wei Lim with not much better. Chung Yu takes it down. Still can't believe we saw Roman Hrabek exit this field so quickly today. Coming in third in chips with 18.
On a run too, you know, just taking home a $430,000 prize.
Right.
You know, I think he's gonna make another appearance at our final table. He's done very well for himself here at the APT and in poker. A very, very aggressive player from the Czech Republic.
Chung Yu with a little bit over 10 bigs now. We'll go for the open with ace-4 suited. It is under the gun, but we are short-handed.
Yeah, so essentially the hijack.
defendable queen eight of spades. Dylan Lind needs to eye up his opponent's stack, see what they're going to be playing with just before he throws in the call. A little less than 2 SPR. We go to the flop ace 7-7. Either player connects with their spades, top pair, Chung Yu. Very strong open. Short stack, just 2 big blind open, no jam. Takes it down with a quick c-bet. And this will be 5-handed poker until we get to the final table. Should someone bust on this table, we will get someone over from the outside table to balance it out. Otherwise, these are the 5 we will be with until we swap feature tables on the break. Alex Weiss taking a spot with ace-8 off. He's not played much today. Get it through quickly. Picks up the blinds, but we'll have to put most of it back in the very next hand.
Five days won't qualify. And a walk for Alexander Weiss.
Not a bad deal. You just picked up the blinds, had to pay them and get them back again.
It would be a very interesting dynamic if Chin didn't have 40 blinds directly to Calvin's left. You know, if these 4 were 10 to 20 blinds and the other table some very short stacks, you could just start seeing some open jams at quite a high frequency from Calvin.
With 13 big blinds.
Players really respecting ICM. So Jack 8, Queen 6 hitting the muck, preserving their stack. Pretty nice hand in the small blind. Goes for the limp. There's the ISO from Calvin. See if Alexander is going to rip it in. Can never guess with this guy. He's a very unpredictable player. There it is.
Nice. Figure if you're limping an ace like that, blind versus blind, it makes for a very good 3-bet candidate. Look at that. Chung Yu with ace queen of spades. Amazing hand for 13 big blinds.
There's the raise.
Yeah, once he got above 10, I did see him opt for raising over jamming with ace-4 suited earlier.
And 8 deuce off in the big blind. Easy pickup.
He might not have hated getting jammed on with that hand.
No, of course not.
Would have been nice,
Yeah.
but blinds are still pretty massive. Queen 10 for Weiss. Playing pretty tight so far on this feature table.
I think we saw him fold queen jack in the same spot earlier.
Yeah.
Now with higher ICM, slightly worse hand. Does open the queen 10. Looks like.
Wow. I was thinking the same thing.
Right, we did see
Queen
the queen jack
yeah,
fold.
well, you know,
in
which
the
I
same
didn't
spot.
hate the queen jack fold. I thought it was
Yeah.
a little tight but reasonable given the approach of.
But now with ICM
bubble.
being higher, and a slightly weaker holding, and slightly less blinds. Like I said, I can never predict what this man's going to do. Easy pickup, though.
Yeah. Perhaps making a decision on who's in the big blind, but I guess it was. Were we 5-handed back then? Was it still Dylan?
I
the
don't
big blind?
remember.
Yeah, I think we might have been 6-handed, so maybe that made a difference. But something to be said too about maybe the blinds going up, and maybe the shorter you get, you start to feel like you're going to get less spots, and so you want to take the opportunity before it runs out. Could be a bit of the thinking behind that, but
Yeah.
Alex Weiss with King Jack. Much stronger than Queen 10, just one position earlier. Under the gun, but just 5-handed, so. This isn't keeping. The last hand, opening this. Maybe just shifting gears. Might start to work. Took down the blinds, got a walk, took down the last pot, and just might get away with this one as well. And looks like he certainly will. Even gets Jung Yu to show in a very lighthearted way. No emotion from Weiss. Oh, right as I say that, a little smile. Stand corrected.
Our APT Championship up to 271 runners. Registration does not close until level 10 tomorrow. Kicks off at 11 a.m. So what is that, like 1:30 p.m. local time? Still a long ways to go.
Pocket eights for Calvin Lee. Still retains that overwhelming chip lead. This blind level has finished, so this will be the last hand before break. Weiss elects not to defend Queen 7, so Calvin Lee takes down the pot with a smile on his face. 2.4 million in chips as we inch closer to the money on this Superstar Championship final day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be taking a short break with a new feature table coming up featuring the one, the only Punat Punsri. See you all soon.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I be in my head late at night, just contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
But
for
I'm
me?
flying away, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away.
Nah, I ain't looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down, yeah. No time for arguments, I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence, I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak, get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready
But
to say?
I'm flying away, with or without your rain. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away, with or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'm flying away.
Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'm flying away. G, 404, ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill, I be smoking them trees, I ain't popping no pills, stay lifting that still, I feel every perk, I'm putting that work with the bars, yeah, still, no Olympics, flip bars with the skills, you can feel it, man, I'm hungry, I need me a meal, I'm different, hate it or love it, I'm real, pivot straight to the top, fuck a deal, man, this broke shit lame, yeah, I better stop playing, I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying, cause I'ma stop, babe, wanna get far, babe, ain't got the best cars, babe, and this shit kinda hot, babe. But you know I ain't giving up. Yeah, I wanna live it up. When they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option type shit. Working night shift cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going cause I love it. Ain't known by the public, and they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly, but when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game, so when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out, then you better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people in the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me Schwartz, nigga. Want a ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a port, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with this flows, to pimp this hoes with these shows. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the Superstar Championship here at APT Taipei. My name is Sam Insel. I'm joining the booth by Pocket Kyles, and we are swapping feature tables as we do play down to the final table and then to the money. How you doing? How you feeling about this, Kyle?
Well, I am just as excited as, oh my god, look at the chat go. We already know who's going to be on this feature table. You've been waiting for it. The man, the myth, the legend, an APT regular here at the Championship Series, Mr. Punat Punsri. Will be featured on stream for the first time this series. It's going to be very exciting seeing him play in a $50,000 buy, and that is what we are covering today, the Superstar Championship. We are not in the money yet, not even on the final table. Still have 11 players left in the mix. The money will be top 7 for $87,000 min cash, and of course that top place prize right there on your screen, $600,000 for first place. But we have to get through 10 players before we can see that. Our last remaining 11 players have an average big blinds of 23. This is coming down from 39 entries. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when the buy-in is $50,000, we were able to amass a prize pool of just over 1.8 million USD. It's going to be a very exciting high-intensity bubble coming up, all on the final table. But for now, we swap feature tables as we wait for a couple more eliminations until we get to that final table redraw.
And just look at this feature table. We got Daniel Nielsen, already a winner of a high roller event, good for just over $70,000 with his infamous slow roll against his fellow countryman Alexander Linsky. Samuel Muller, the new wonder kid who's just had like a $4.5 million month recently in Triton Jeju. Vincent Huang, another APT regular, very, very strong player out of Australia. And finally, Steve O'Dwyer in seat number 9 with $47 million on his hand and mob, good for 15th on the all-time money list. We have 3 players in our final 11 that are in the top 100 all-time money list, and it would technically be 4 if we counted the 101th of Dylan Lindy. So 4 players in the top 101 all-time money list in our final 11. And we're off to an explosive start. Steven's going to open up the 9-8 of hearts on the button, sitting on about 20 big blinds. Punat Punsri in the small blind with pocket 9s, or slightly less. Moves in.
Look at that, these 2 heavyweights, as you just mentioned.
What is it, like 80 million combined?
Just a little bit less, about 77 million combined hand and mob between those 2 players alone. Absolutely astonishing.
That was really nice. Steven saying he could slightly peek Punat's cards and saying just cover it from the right. Daniel Nielsen does have a 2nd place finish in this event. The APT Superstar Challenge that was in Taipei last year in September, good for $181,000. A man with $5.4 million on his hand and mob, good for 7th in the Australia all-time money list. Of course, we have the number 1 from Australia, Michael Adamo, who did play this event. Fortunately, did not make it into day 2.
Here we go. Bao Xiang Ho opening King Jack in the hijack. Everyone's starting to run a bit shorter as the big blind is now up to 40,000.
Bao Xiang Ho, best friends with Abraham Seaspan, our main event champion, just last series in Jeju.
And look at this, Vincent Huang wakes up with ace queen in the big blind. Just sitting on a little more than 700,000. Under 20 bigs. Looks like he's going to jam.
2 hands, 2 reshoves.
Bao does not have to think too much about it. Gets out of the way. Still retains 15 big blinds behind after that hand. But Vincent Huang chips up to nearly 900K. It's going to be good for 2nd in chips at this table. Compared to the other table with Calvin Lee's massive 2.5 million chip stack, these stacks look a little bit shorter. The blinds have gone up. This table is running a little bit closer in stack sizes, making for a little bit more of intense play, especially as we get down to nearing that final table bubble and then the actual money bubble itself. From short stack to chip leader, just 10 big blinds separate those 2 spots on the 6-handed table.
I find this quite funny. So Steve O'Dwyer is 15th on the all-time money list, which is only good for 10th on the all-time money list in the United States alone.
That's wild.
His biggest cash is only $2 million, considering he's got $47 million on his hand and mob. That's very, very, very impressive. Wow. Man has been playing live tournaments since 2007. Nearly 20 years, 2 decades on the live felt. Looks like he began playing some pretty big events. Like a 10K was his first entry, 1,500. He's been playing like $1,000 events since he began. Now all the way up to 50Ks, and I'm sure much larger as well, as we do see some 100K entries, 150K entries on his hand and mob.
Very impressive. Now we see Vincent Huang take down another pot. Quick jam from the small blind gets the job done. Nearly chip leader on this table. It's that close. And Vincent Huang having a pretty good series so far. Did finish 3rd place in the single-day high roller here at the championship series in Taipei. That was good for 106,000. So already locked up a 6-figure score this series. Got enough for 2 bullets in this event. And there's one of the legends, Stephen O'Dwyer, with the pocket 10s. Opening from effectively the low jack.
Justin saying Steve has admitted he has one of the biggest problems to have as a poker player. He hates Vegas. I'm not the biggest fan of Vegas either.
You know, I've actually only been to Vegas one time myself, and I spent a solid couple weeks there for the World Series itself, and didn't do too much exploring, was mostly playing poker, but I gotta say, it was very fun. It was a lot to take in, but after 2 weeks, I was like, wow, holy smokes, that's way too much time to spend in the city. It exhausts you. That was heavy. I think it's a fun, flashy city to go for the first time or two, and then I could see it just being a money trap outside of
I could see
poker
that.
itself, and you going, man, can I just not go to like somewhere affordable outside of these poker games and just have a nice evening?
No, there really isn't much.
Yeah, Vegas has changed. Taipei is where it's at these days. Could come play a $50,000 buy-in and then head down the street and have a $3 dumpling soup. Be great.
Nielsen always sporting some very, very fun shirts. We'll open up the queen 10 on the button, running straight into Steven's pocket queens in the big blind. Just jams.
Still waiting for 2 more eliminations before we get to that final table. 4 for the money. Xiang Ho, pocket 7s on the button. Sitting about 12 big blinds. Opts to rip it in. Gets the job done, chips up to 15 bigs. Pressure starting to build as both tables have to play shorthanded until we get to that final table. 6-handed over here, even less on our other table as we saw just before the break.
not, giving Samuel Muller a walk. Samuel Muller already with 10 million on his hand and mob.
Yeah, he had a massive cash in Jeju just last month. Did not even win the tournament. Finished second place at a Triton main event for 3.5 million.
Yeah, most known for his WSOP Paradise first place. And his entries have only just started in 2021 with some very small buy-ins, like we're talking 80 euros, all the way up until we reach about 2023 and we see some 5Ks enter the mix. So essentially 2023, 2.5 years, has amassed $10 million onto his hand and mob.
People are picking up hands. Steve O'Dwyer with ace-king in the cutoff. Just got a 3-bet jam through with queens. Now looking for even more value with ace-king. And look at this, Samuel Muller just mentioned pocket tens in the small blind. Both these players have quite a big amount of chips in their hand considering the field, but it's still only about 25 bigs each. It's going to just be a jam and snapped off by Stephen O'Dwyer. And this is a massive pot, 2 million in the middle.
Both players essentially at risk here as it's only 50K back for Samuel Muller.
Yeah, he will be allowed to claim that chip in a chair spot to possibly spin it up, but he will be running on fumes if he loses this flip.
This is going to be a very decisive one between these two. A legend of the game versus the newcomer.
We've seen these flips all the time, but this is a $50,000 buy-in, and the flop comes 5, 8, 6, 2 diamonds. Dwyer still looking for an ace or a king, and there it is on the turn, the king of spades. Leaves Samuel Muller drawing just to the set outs on the river, and it does not come. Steve O'Dwyer with the massive 2 million chip stack, and if the graphics and counts are correct, Samuel Muller is not out, but will be left with less than 2 big blinds.
And now we have a clear chip leader on both of our tables. Stephen O'Dwyer and Calvin Lee, both with over 2 million in chips, are now really going to start to push the table around as Muller will most likely be out in an orbit or so, which means we'll be on the final table bubble. Does have some free hands, did just pay the small blind, so Samuel can pick his spot. Got
6-handed table, 4 hands, yeah.
Wow, ace-8 of diamonds. Just decides to let it go in the low jack.
Pocket sevens for Vincent Huang.
They just jam into Nielsen again. Nielsen not too deep. There it is. All in. Australia on Australia violence.
Another quick fold from Nielsen. Nothing to think about, but it's starting to get short, just 11 big blinds. One more elimination until we get to hand-for-hand play. And look at that, the pocket Kyles. Red Kings for Stephen O'Dwyer under the gun.
He's been picking up some hands. Ace, king, queens, kings. I think he had one more big pair as well.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. This feature table just swapped over. Great time for the deck to hit you. Look at this, king 10 suited for Vincent Huang. Both players probably deep enough. He might just flat. Those are raising chips. 3-bet to 190,000. You love to see it if you're in Steve O'Dwyer's shoes. Picking up all these premiums and now getting played back against when you pick up kings. In a $50,000 buy-in tournament approaching the final table. Dream spot.
There's the click. Bumps it up to 350,000. Back over to Vincent. May feel like Steven is just pushing him around using that big stack. Time bank going in. Does just fold. Stephen O'Dwyer up another 300,000. Will put him up to 2.3 million, getting close to Calvin Lee's, I think 2.4 as he left on the break.
Yeah, depending what's happening on the other table, Steve O'Dwyer could very well be the chip leader at this point.
Samuel Muller, last two free hands before he has to place his entire stack to the big blind as well as the big blind ante. Hasn't picked up anything remotely playable.
Glad to see all 1,200 of you watching the stream live on YouTube. Some love for O'Dwyer in the chat. Venice Sound saying good evening to everyone. Welcome to the stream. Of course, lots of love for Punat in the mix.
There we go, king 10 offsuit. Just a hair under two big blinds for Samuel Muller. All in, 70,000. Daniel Nielsen, a quick action, a quick rejam. And O'Dwyer makes the call as well. That was fast. So Stephen O'Dwyer dominating both other players, has 52% for a double elimination, which could get us straight to the final table if O'Dwyer can hold.
You know, we were talking about O'Dwyer getting hit by the deck, running hot at the right time, and this would be absolutely massive, chipping up to nearly 3 million in chips and straight to the final table if he can win this run out. The 52% favorite 3 ways. Nine in the window. Ace 9 pulls ahead.
God shot working for Samuel Muller. King still alive. 7 of hearts, now an 8 as well. Additional outs. Out of the 8 would chop with Steven. 6 of clubs on the river. Daniel Nielsen scoops the whole thing. Samuel Muller will be eliminated in 11th place. GG.
But what a pickup for Daniel Nielsen. Absolutely dominated on the verge of a double elimination. Is able to find the 9 and hold. And now chips up to nearly 1 million in chips going into this final table bubble. We should be going hand for hand now. There's just 1 elimination to go. Still not in the money. Do still need 3 more eliminations, but with both tables playing 5-handed poker, we'll play hand for hand until we reach that final table with the next elimination.
Looks like Samuel Muller's already jumped into the main event. He has won his main event championship ticket already.
Wasting no time, love to see it. Getting right in the mix. Lots of poker to play, and we've got some outer table coverage here. It looks like
Lindy with the ace-king does turn the king-queen off dead. Of Zhang Yu, who's now down to just maybe 100K or so. It's blind on blind action.
Daniel Nielsen, who was just on the verge of elimination, sits second in chips on our feature table. Just under 1 million. How things can change so quickly at this point in the tournament. Minute blind levels does pick up the pace of play quite a bit. Tournament like this. 10 players in the field remaining. The average big blinds is just about 24. Going to see lots of reshove and open shove stacks at that average big blind level.
Steven getting involved, 10-5 off in the small blind. Form of a limp.
Not starting to get short. Under 15 big blinds behind.
Off to a flop, king, queen, 3. Little bit of connection for Punat with the 3 of hearts. Maybe a hand like 5-4 with a 5 of hearts would be a little bit more enticing. Yeah, we'll think better of it, just lets it go. Nobody too short. 13 blinds, still very playable as we get to 3 away from the money. We see another all-in on our outer table, and that looks like an elimination. Calvin's stack looks like 2.4, so he hasn't really moved around. But Alex Weiss looks like he's up to 1.5 million with that elimination. Folks, that is it. We have our final table. Still not in the money yet. 2 remaining before we get there.
Everyone will rack up their chips as we will be doing a table redraw. Everyone will have a new seat on this final table.
Be interesting to see where the big stacks end up. Typically, nowadays, you typically want to stay away from the other big stack and just prey on the shorter stacks who are trying to ladder get in the money.
Well, just like that, we are 2 away from that min cash of 87,000. One of our remaining 9 players will be walking away with a grand prize of 600,000. Don't go anywhere. We will set up this final table, and we will be back in just about 10 minutes with the remaining of the action of the championship series.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere.
Find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new, so we gon' take it down. Gotta love it, man. I'm up that hut hike, I'm up the gut then spike. I'm on my Mark Sanchez, I'm off for butt all night. So yeah, let me get in for a minute. I'm thinking the way that the wheels been spinning. I'm going against first in a couple of inches, but yeah, she flooded the engine and that's that 2-seat. That fumble brewski, stay loose, she off the truly, and I told that rock, but that ain't no excuse. She thinks that's bougie. I gotta move these right loose. She hit like Bruce brewski and that booze. You can't expect nothing but truth. I just be bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through.
She know that she got it, but she too humble to brag. Drop the ball on occasion, but never fumble the bag. She get up early and often, she gotta work for the man. While all these Instagram get paid to twerk on the gram. No offense, smoke a little bit to get her mind right. Never really yearn for the limelight. Spend a couple hundred for a cheap thrill. Wasn't really worth it in hindsight. Follow you, baby, why don't you show me the way? I know the one when I see her, I ain't gon' throw it away.
Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah. Got a lot we've been through. Bumbling on you. I can't find the words to say what I want to. What we got is brand new. So we gon' take a time, yeah.
100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I bought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you would advance.
Step by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wandered so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road. Back and forth and side to side, high and low, low and high. Trying to find something that makes me feel alive. Nothing new under the sun, running to, running from. I just need someone to help me see the light. But I could never have been ready for this. I think I should start by letting you in. Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new. Everybody spends their life trying to keep on getting by, searching but don't know just what we hope to find. I've been over 7 seas, hoping I can find some peace. Tell me, where's this love I hear is so divine? Well, I could never have been ready for this. I think I should start by letting you in.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Asian Poker Tour Championship Series here in Taipei. This is the Superstar Championship event, a $50,000 buy-in with a $600,000 top prize. My name is Pocket Kyles, and I'm joined in the booth by Henry Cobain. Henry, welcome to the stream.
Thank you, man. Thank you for the intro. And yeah, I was just looking now that it's a single re-entry, by the way. Loving the fact that it's a single re-entry. Obviously, in the championship event, there is no re-entries. It's a freeze-out format. So it's not like other series that I've covered where people are just coming in, firing 4, 5, 6 bullets and making it to the FT. All of these guys are in for either 1 or 2 bullets max. So it really makes it more exciting, I think.
Yes, oh, definitely. Well, especially with the 50K buy-in. We did have 33 unique entries, so that means 6 people decided to find another bullet in this action.
Nice. Very nice. This could be a spicy FT, by the way. I was saying off stream, there's a cast of characters in this lineup that aren't going to adhere to the ICM jail that others are going to try and put them under. A lot of these guys, very fearless, willing to take plus EV spots, for 20 big blind rejam spots, even if it means going home empty-handed. And just as I say that, we see the ace-10 folded up front. So, yeah, Nilsson, of course, you guys are in the booth. Fortunate to be here.
Yes.
Spike that 3-outer.
It could have been over, but not only is still alive, but also has a fairly comfortable stack at nearly $1 million. And, of course, the man who was running hot as hell on the last feature table, Stephen Patrick O'Dwyer, continues the run good with pocket 9s here in the hijack.
I think he would have felt that comment would have been fair had he held with the ace-10.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, instead of coming in as chip leader. But yeah, we could see first against second in chip square off here, because Lee's got a very playable king-queen suited.
Calvin Lee was the chip leader to start this final day of the Superstar Championship. Started the day with 18. 9 have gone home, 9 remain, 2 off the money.
I'd love to see him just put the squeeze on. I definitely prefer flat, and I think in theory we should be flatting a lot. But I also love the idea of just sending a message early, just like, hey guys, I'm chip leader, you play by my rules.
Well, especially first hand of the final table, everyone is all together now, and such a rare thing to see in an MTT before the bubble has burst. You get to play the bubble without having to look over at another table, watch the clock. No, it's all here in front of you. Everyone's chip stack, all the dynamics.
That's a great point. I love that. It can be quite chaotic when there's like 3, 4, tables left and you're all kind of waiting. But this is special because you can really just dive into the game flow as well. And I think knowing the temperature in the room of your opponents at the table can really help you as a player make massive adjustments. So I'm really curious to see in the first 30 minutes or so what kind of tone is set and who really decides to just take the lead and play the role of table captain. 1 overcard to the 9s. O'Dwyer's going to play pot control. I think just respecting the small blind flatting range of Lee, going to contain some hands as strong as like ace-jack suited, chuck in a couple of like queen-jack, jack-10s.
Yeah, of course, Weiss defending the big blind as well. Makes this a multi-way pot. A little bit harder to find aggressive spots.
I think Lee out of position just has a clear check here as he does. Weiss with an interesting one. Middle pair could be good. The open-ender is back up really nice. You want to get some protection as well as some value from your hand, and unfortunately for him, he's actually value owning himself as it stands. Don't think Steve-O can ever fold to this size. It is a bit awkward being in a sandwich.
Yeah. But even in those awkward spots, you just simplify the game a bit and go 9s are strong. Just make the call, see what happens.
Yeah, I think O'Dwyer did really well on the flop by playing pot control, checking back, and it allows him to absorb aggression on the turn, right? Whereas if he bets multi-way and Weiss calls, all of a sudden you're going to the turn in an already inflated pot, and it gets really uncomfortable for a hand like nines, whereas the check back on the flop just allows him to get to this river, you know, as cheap as possible. And I think in all likelihood this goes check-check unless Weiss has some savagery on his mind. Because you'd want to check a jack, right? In this spot, you wouldn't be betting a jack, so I think we just knuckle this down. There we go. Nice little pickup there for O'Dwyer.
Not too bad. He starts to catch up to Calvin Lee. The supreme chip leader of the day.
I like that.
Came in with more than double second place's chip stack to start the day off in the top 18.
Wow.
And even though the stacks have caught up a little bit, he has still retained that top spot very strongly. Did not ever chip down that much below 2 million.
This is actually a really interesting ICM setup here. This could be really fun. You have the two runaway chip leaders, and then you have a massive drop-off to third in chips with 23 bigs. And then you have that cluster at the bottom, you know, just a bunch of guys playing between 13 and 16 bigs. So depending on how Lee plays the chip lead, depending on how O'Dwyer plays the, you know, the tied chip lead, this could drag out for quite some time. I mean, Punsri, Ho, Dylan, Huang, all in ICM jail.
And speaking of ace queen for Ho and +2, just going to rip it in.
I think this makes the most sense. I think ace king O we could come with min and just start inducing some action behind. But I think ace queen just likes picking up the blinds. I think it's really valuable right now.
Definitely.
And say you come with like min open off of 13 and you allow the big blind the opportunity to defend and realize, you know, equity.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're potentially in a spot to be out the door in 9th. So I like this. I think in other scenarios, he would have looked to get value. A snap fold from Nilsson.
Wow.
Yeah, no nonsense.
There you go.
This guy's a character, man.
All right.
I've spent some time with Nilsson in the Bahamas. He just loves the game. Honestly, I'm trying to think of an APT stop that I haven't seen him at. He's just constantly traveling the tour, putting in a ton of volume.
Well, if you're going to be wearing shirts like that on a feature table, you know, it does speak to your character. Some other co-commentators in the booth here at the APT, we do love to keep an eye out for the people that dress to impress on these tables. It tends to match the energy that they bring to the table as well.
You're going for the live reads based off of attire. I like it. I reckon there's probably, you can probably learn a lot from just kind of like, okay, this guy's wearing a 300K Richard Mille. Maybe I don't bluff him. You know, this guy's probably not going to care about calling me off, you know?
Well, you know, it's funny. They talk about that in tournament poker. You don't want to be making too many big assumptions because the sample size is always going to be small. But unfortunately, with tournament poker, unless you get into one of these like professional fields where you start to see the same players a lot of the time, if you do end up playing a lot of games where it's just people you've never met before, you're going to have to make quick judgments and, you know, you kind of just play your game. But if you can get any sort of an edge, you do have to start looking for stereotypes and anything you can get your hands on. So
I'm definitely a fan of the watch read. I think lifetime it served me well. If you're playing like a 1K side event, where the main event is like a 10K, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. The guy's wearing like a 200K Patek. You know, he's calling you with third pair. Doesn't matter whether you check raise flop, barrel turn, jammed river. You know, he's getting sticky.
That's where it pays to know your watches.
Interesting decision here from Nilsson, going polar. Doesn't need to go big, of course, given the stack depth. Came with 2.5x. Lim, also known as Webster Lim. Defending the big. And I think he's going to win this hand, and this could prove crucial for Webster. If he can find a bet here in position. It is quite frustrating if you bet and then get check raised or check piled on and you don't get to realize. So you could just check back, drill the turn.
And look at this. Daniel Nielsen does improve to an open ender on this turn, but Chin-Wei Lim hits the straight.
Wow, he's gone big as well. It's gone 75%. I like just clicking call here. Yes, you know, there's a flush draw out there. You don't want to give a river card to a queen or a jack, but at the same time, you want to give Nielsen rope to just hang himself, take a hand like this, jack 4, and blast off. Because if like the deuce of diamonds rolls off, I think Nielsen's going for it. So
yeah, and there's more cards in the deck that will help you achieve that goal than not. Sometimes you just have to take those edges.
maybe with ICM you're supposed to just jam and deny equity, though. I honestly don't know. This is a very interesting spot. Yeah, he does just rip it in. Nice little pickup there for Webster. That really kind of brings him back up to the middle of the pack, gives him a bit of breathing room, and I think more importantly, taking chips off Nielsen. Nielsen's down to 15 bigs. Now he has to play a bit snug.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Our bottom 4 stacks all nearly exactly tied at 15 big blinds, 600,000. Punsri Ho, Lind, and Nielsen. Any of them could be out any second. Still 2 off the money. And with a $50,000 buy-in and 18% in the money rate, we're looking at an $87,000 min cash. Might not be a ton in comparison to the buy-in, but for just straight up money, 87 grand. Some people win large field MTTs and don't even take home that much.
That's very true. Yeah, that is very true. No, it's pretty incredible to see that the APT has reached this level in the time frame that it has, where what, that 25K I want to say had 81 runners? 81 yesterday?
Yeah, I have to double check
then,
that one.
Like, this has
there. Yeah.
39. I mean, they're doing things, you know? They're really doing things. It's incredible to see. And the fact that you now have a large portion of, you know, Dylan Lindy right there on your screen, American high roller. You have a lot of the European high rollers now traveling around, you know, with the Asian Poker Tour. Of course, let's not sleep on the Asian crushers of the world. This man right here, Webster Lim. So the fact that the APT is attracting this caliber of player type, it's incredible to see. And look at this, Webster now in a position where he can limp a lot of small blinds because Huang just has to play super snug. That's going to allow Lim an opportunity to try and outmaneuver Vincent post-flop.
Ace, Jack, Deuce with 2 hearts. Gives Lim the flush draw. Huang still ahead with King High, but like you said, is the one under pressure in this spot.
Feels like a range bet spot. Ace high board, blind v blind in a spot where Vincent just shouldn't have much ace X, whereas Webster can still retain. You know, Webster still retains all of the traps right out of the small. But look at this, man. Vincent's no slouch. King of diamonds, 6 of hearts, gonna keep him honest for at least one street. I respect him digging his heels in. Could be tough to keep Webster honest across multiple streets, though, if Webster does decide to barrel with this.
Yeah, both players do pick up a gutter. that added equity. You imagine Webster does opt for one more shot at this pot.
Yeah, I like this. Just really...
Looks like he goes pretty big, too.
Really putting the pressure on.
160K, 4 bigs.
And this is crucial for Vincent. I mean, you call 160K, you've got less than 500K back. Webster's then created a very natural stack to pot ratio of like exactly 1. So with this bet on the turn, Webster's leveraging all of Huang's stack here and just saying, hey, pal, I'm willing to play for it all. Are you?
Yeah.
Nicely executed. So tell me, my man, what's the story behind your moniker, your name?
Ah, yes.
where did that come? I feel like that's like a home game kind of, like someone's called you that or something. I don't know.
No, I mean, there wasn't like exactly a story that it was picked up that way, but basically I was just trying to make content with poker for the first time, and I've always kind of had names for things.
Okay.
You know, even as a musician, I have a little bit of a stage name back home, just to play on my real name, but nothing too creative there. But I was trying to make some content, trying to get a little thing with GG Poker back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want something that could have a nice ring to it, looks really good on my channel or whatnot, and brainstormed a few. Someone said Short Stack Kyle was going to be the name. I thought that made me sound a little bit too not great. So Pocket Kyle's is where I landed on. I thought it was pretty cool. So
nice, man.
Went with it. But look at this. Steve O'Dwyer with the queens under the gun, 9-handed.
Snug fold there from Dylan. Well done.
Second biggest stack on the table. Getting all these pocket pairs to fold. Queens, no added value, but still takes down the pot. Steve O'Dwyer nearly tied for the chip lead now, I believe. Oh, look at that. They put him up, so maybe just a few chips above Calvin Lee. Both at 2.3 million. That's $1 million over third place in chips right now, which is Webster. Of course, welcome back to all 1,300 of you watching the stream.
Nice.
Most people we've had watching so far on YouTube. I noticed after announcing you, there was a few people in the chat that were excited to hear that you were in the booth. Saw some love.
I mean, I apologize, guys. I apologize.
Well, someone said, let's go, Sir Henry. Sir Henry, wow. You've been knighted.
Apparently so. Let's
there you go, wow.
Ace King up front with 12 bigs. I do wonder if he opts to min. I mean, jamming up front just seems... Yeah, I love this from Punat.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Pocket queens for Calvin Lee. If Punat had a bigger stack, this could have been massive.
Of course, it's going to take the absolute classic for us to play our first all-in of this final table. Really unfortunate for Punat, all things considered. I think a lot of the time, Calvin's going to have, you know, some ace-x bluff combos, maybe like an ace-5, maybe like an ace-10-0. So to actually run into a hand like queens, good luck, gents.
Well, we know there is a big Thai following for Punat in the chat, almost always on these streams. One of the world's best, APT regular. And a big source of our viewership here on the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they will be pulling for him. We will see who takes this one down. Jam and snapped off, I'm sure.
Really standard stuff from both. The short stack celebrating Weiss and Nielsen. Loving this. does call it lucky Thai money. Can he convert this 51%? That's a fun flop. Remove the kings. Add a couple of queens. We can see one of them's dead. Oh my word.
Oh wow, and now straight no good as it would boat up. Calvin Lee needs an ace on this river. Jack of clubs, unfortunately, has eliminated the Thai legend Punat Punsri in 9th place, just 2 off the money. Will not be cashing this Superstar Championship.
GG's, my man. Punat Punsri, over 30 million in total live earnings. Of course, had so much success here in Taipei. Took down that first APT Taipei main event.
But of course,
Go on.
now he has a chance to enter into the flagship event that we've been talking about all year long, the $10,000 APT Championship main event, Freeze Out. One chance, one shot, that's all you get. 10K, shot at a $5 million prize pool. We already have 378 entries into that field. Still need more to hit that guarantee. Currently great value at the moment. Looks like we have lost nearly 18 players in that event already.
Go on, give me like a. There's got to be some like insane cooler in order for all of the chips to have been.
From the main event?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You can go to apt.com or the AsianPokerTour.com, and they have some live reports on there. It looks like Joseph Chong was able to get a knockout against
Really?
Johannes Molanar.
Oh wow, yeah, Johannes is a bit of a crusher.
Yeah. Chong was able to river, or it's actually turned to straight, but the river was an even higher straight, and the river was 2 pair for Johannes.
Yeah, that's rough.
Spelling elimination.
Oh, nice little pick up there for Bao. Wow, this is so grim. So 8 left, 7 paid. You've got 4 players, sub 13 bigs. This could be a cagey one, unless we get hands like Ace King versus Queens.
Wow, and a bit of a slow roll for Canadian pro David Coe, and actually a good friend of mine. Ended up betting huge on this river with the nut flush. Had someone tanking and looking perplexed with a boat. Eventually calling it off and crippling Coe down to just 11,000. Left a few confused looks on the table, wondering what happened there.
I think, yeah, I know Coe. I think he's had a bit of success at APTs, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or maybe it's a different guy, but...
David Coe?
Yeah.
I believe his first APT stop was last Taipei. Nothing too successful on that run.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. But look at this action building here. Webster Lim with the ace-10 of hearts. Early position open. O'Dwyer getting in the mix with king-jack suited. And we go to the flop. Jack in the window. Jack-10 deuce, 2 spades. Top pair for O'Dwyer. Middle pair for Lim. Only one heart out there for the backdoor hearts for Lim. No clubs for O'Dwyer.
I think this check makes a lot of sense from Webster. Opening from early position, getting flattened on the button. I think O'Dwyer's range is going to have a lot of Broadway hands that connect with this board. I think Webster's going to lose some chips at some point. He's gone check, check. Maybe now feels comfortable with his nut second pair.
Keep in mind we are on the stone bubble. Just one more elimination to go till that $87,000 min cash.
Let's see how many streets of value Steve-O believes he can get from his hand. I don't see how Webster can fold for this size. Just north of third pot. We've checked flop and checked turn.
Very high up in our range given the action.
Any aces or tens? None found. Checks over for a third time. Webster started this hand with 24 bigs. Yeah, O'Dwyer with a snug check, but I think in theory it makes sense, right? Worried about some of the traps. Doesn't feel like there's many hands that he has beat that he can get value from.
Yeah, maybe in this exact spot.
Yeah,
Could have gotten
exactly.
an extra street of value, but looking overall at what ranges could have been played there. That's to take it down, play it safe, and if you ever get check raised on, check jammed on, really big spot like that, you just lose a bunch of extra chips that you're rarely getting extra value from.
It's so frustrating when you see the ace-10 as well. You're just like, really? Like, okay, probably could have squeezed out like an additional 200. What about your success at APTs? Have you? I've played in some of the crazy games that they've been playing here.
Yeah, I mean, success is a funny way to put it, but it's I've definitely had my fun here. And actually, speaking of which, because we usually only have time for the crazy games at night in the commentary booth, the one game I seem to do best in is a game called Atomic Pineapple. Those of you familiar with Pineapple, where it's like 3-card hold'em, where you usually discard a card. It's a 5-card hold'em game. Where you discard 1 card every street, so eventually you get down to a normal hold'em hand, but not till the river, very end.
No way.
And I've played it 3 times at the APT, and I have 2 final table pictures with it in the 3 times I've played it. So
that's a pretty impressive run.
Not bad. And look at this, Calvin Lee.
Yeah, he's
getting stack to work.
Getting surgical with the ICM. Oh, actually, I don't think surgical is the right word. Coming in like a wrecking ball more.
There you go, yeah. Weiss does have an ace. Knows Calvin can jam pretty wide here. It is the stone bubble. But Weiss being one of the shorter stacks. It's going to have to find a way to separate from the herd or just outweight another bust out.
This is a genuine tank here from Weiss. He's not posturing.
Oh, and you can see him, he's looking around, double checking all the chip stacks. You know, it seems obvious to say, but you know, you don't have these graphics in person. You have to really be double checking everyone's stacks and know exactly where they stand in a spot like this. And you know, most people on a final table like this stacks of 20, but you see it all the time where people are stacking their chips differently, and it takes you a minute to size them up.
Wow, lets it go. Weiss isn't scared money as well. He's very very much play for the win kind of guy. So I think, you know, like ace-9, he finds the call. Even ace, I think ace-10, we have to find the call. Ace-9's close. But like to see some emotion being displayed there, you know. These guys are human.
Definitely.
Who we got in the chat? Any regulars? Any names you're familiar with? Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Also, let us know who you're rooting for, if there's anyone in particular.
Someone who's always in our chats, if you're not already familiar, Justin Fairbanks.
Yeah, I remember that
Plethora of information. Sometimes not even sure where he's getting some of these these sources from. They bewilder us in the booth from time to time, but a well-researched guy, very quick with some of the stats, especially with APT. And look at this. Dylan Lind, the clear short stack at the table, going to jam ace-queen suited. And no sweat, we'll just take it down. Chips up to 600K. Still probably the short stack at the table, but it's close. Oh, look at that. Daniel Nielsen is a couple big blinds shorter. But those 4 bottom stacks, almost 5 if you include Weiss's 16 big blinds, but with how short everyone is, you know, another big reason why Weiss finds the fold there with the ace-7. I actually thought he was a little bit closer to some of those shorter stacks when we were waiting on his decision there. I think it makes a bit more sense, given that he had a few big blinds on everybody. Pocket 7s for Vincent Huang. There you go, you're asking people where they're from. Oh, Vincent Huang just lays down the 7s. We got Chris Liao from Singapore.
There we go.
Love that.
Rooting for his fellow countrymen, saying let's go BK. BQ rather. Man, the jet lag is real.
Look at this, Dylan Lind. And once again, King Queen. So far, so good. One more card to peel. Webster Lim looks down at 8-7. No action. Dylan Lind will gladly take the chips and move on to the next hand. This is an $87,000 bubble, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that it?
87,000. Yeah, with the extra hundreds in there, you could round it up to 88. And even 88 for 7th place. I don't care if that's a min cash. I don't care if that's less than 2x you're buying. That's still a lot of fucking money. That is huge.
So these final tables that you've made, any
Yes.
like top 3s?
The last one I made in Jeju was a 3rd place finish, I believe. Yeah, so. And it's kind of funny because I say final table, but often depending on these tournaments, it's not always in the money, much like this one.
Oh, really?
Sometimes you're still playing to, you know, top 6, 7 in the money. So you get the picture first, which is kind of funny because then you could get a picture and then not cash.
Yeah.
Which is, but at least you get your picture here at the APT. Very fun to do if you just like to play these smaller buy-in side events.
I feel like I remember speaking with Greg Goes All In, and he was also very big into this format that you're talking about, like the Atomic. And I remember one series, I want to say Incheon, where he had like a 2nd place or like a 3rd place. He was like really trying to drill it home, but was just unable to convert.
Oh, I believe it, but look at this. Daniel Nielsen jams King 10 from the button, less than 10 bigs. Vincent Huang getting that count first. Wants to make sure. Did have an ace in his hand. But Nielsen does walk away with it. They were both neck and neck in chips. Vincent Huang after that fold. Technically the short stack, but everyone's so close. Every 8 hands has to pay the big blind ante.
Yeah, I think the fact that any of these guys doubles up and they move up to third in chips, it's snug down there.
Yeah.
Papa Burgundy saying scared money doesn't win money. That is true.
It's a bit tough, even for the bigger stacks, because so many people are short. It's hard to find spots where there's 1 or 2 clear short stacks that face elimination, and then a bunch of middling stacks that just find themselves completely handcuffed. And I find there's less opportunities to pile on the aggression with this sort of table dynamic.
Oh, Nielsen getting after it from the cutoff. Gonna run into the blades. And imagine if Vincent finds the click here. I'm a dreamer.
Just goes for the straight up jam. We'll take it down fast. Doesn't hurt when you're short to pick up an open and the blinds, but you're hoping for a lot more than that when you got aces.
0.2 of a big blind difference between BQ and Nielsen. I'm gonna call it. I reckon you're winning tonight, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I intentionally wore my closest pineapple colored suit for the Atomic Pineapple today.
Nice. I want to see. I'm sure Greg came really close. Those ones are so fun as well. Like last night.
Yeah, did you played one of those side events, did you?
Yeah, I played this super hyper turbo where the average stack was like 4 big blinds from like the final 32. Our final table bubbled, came 10th. Oh. But it was so fun. Like everyone was just, you know, everyone's playing like 2, 3, 4 bigs, having the time of their life.
Oh, I love that dynamic because you know how gambly it is, and you try to find the edge where you can about just like really doing some quick maths on who's forced all in this orbit. What, half the table? Okay, I'm on the button. I can fold 5 eliminations here, possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very fun little dynamic. Of course, simplifies the game a bit, but I think that's what makes it a lot more whimsical and exciting. Everyone can just have a drink and chat. Kelvin Lee finally getting back in the mix with ace-king. No action, just takes it down.
Talking of Greg, he's had a couple of cashes here already. He played the National Cup Championship. Cashed that one.
Wow.
1.4.
Not bad.
Oh, there we go. He has one in APT.
Oh, yes. He has a couple, actually. Couple Baby Lion trophies.
Nice.
One was a tag team event with their other commentator, Sam Insel.
There we go. Yeah, I see that in Fukuoka.
Yes.
The team's event. And then he took down No Limit Hold'em single re-entry for 12K, dude. All
yeah,
right.
not bad.
All right. Very nice.
Yeah, that was my first APT stop in Manila earlier this year. I remember seeing him come rejoin us later with a trophy in hand at I think it was the same night as the players' party, so he stopped by with the trophy afterwards. Vincent Huang with 10s in the cutoff.
Unlucky to have not got some value there from that suited ace.
Vincent is now kind of falling into that middling stack category just a bit. Opts for a min raise on coming off of 15 bigs. Gets it through. No defend from Dylan.
Wow, take note.
Diamonds. Yeah.
Take note, ladies and gents. The King 8 suited just finding the mark versus the cutoff open.
just look how tight this is getting on the stone bubble. 10, 10, 13, 16 bigs. Dynamics are shifting. Calvin Lee and Stephen O'Dwyer waking up with some more spots to apply the pressure. Let's see if they'll start going for it.
This is one of the things that I've really enjoyed about high roller events in, you know, let's say post-COVID, where we've just had access to world-class talent around the world on our screens. And, you know, perhaps to the naked eye, the King 8 suited fold. Maybe just, you know, you've thrown your remote control at the TV. Like,
yeah.
Well, how is that not a defend? But Dylan really is he's one of the best. He's got what, 15 million in live tournament earnings. He travels the tour, plays the highest stakes, and I think you can just watch these streams with a pen and paper and really just take note.
Oh,
8's
yeah.
hitting the muck, by the way. I mean, pretty easy when you've got an under the gun open and a +1 3-bet. But
yeah, especially on the stone bubble.
Weiss getting a little slap on the wrist there.
The chips continue to go back and forth. Daniel Nielsen clawed his way back up just a little bit, just enough to get out of the basement of this bubble play.
Nice, I like that. Get out of the basement. Weiss with the tie flag. Come out of retirement. Bitcoin hit 80K and he's like, okay, back to work.
That's it. The market says play. The market says play here. No, you were talking about the level of play on this table, mentioning Hendon Mob earnings. I believe this table has a combined Hendon Mob earnings of over 100 million, which is just absolutely astonishing number. Just to clarify, no one on Hendon Mob alone has over 100 million. And most of it is coming from just 2 players at this table. Punat Punsri boasting 30 million in earnings, and of course, the Irishman Steve O'Dwyer, or I guess technically American, lives in Ireland, but Steve O'Dwyer, just shy of 47 million. About $77 million in earnings between those 2 players alone. All on one table.
More than 77 million between friends, eh?
That's what I say. Announcement in the back there for the main event going on. Been talking about it all year long. It's finally here. No flights, just one day. We have 411 entries in that main event now.
Wow, they're gonna smash it. How many levels played today?
That's a great question. We have 75-minute levels. I believe we're just playing 8 levels.
Oh yeah, they're gonna smash it.
Yeah.
They're what, halfway through the day? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still actually, yeah, level 4 is still got tons of time left, so not even halfway through. Can still late reg into tomorrow. I believe after the second level of tomorrow is when
That's
late
right.
reg closed.
Yeah.
So over an hour and a half, including the break.
Man, you get so much playabilities in these. So late reg closes at big blind 1.4k. That's absurd. 50k starting stack. So more than 30 big blinds.
That's astonishing.
Yeah.
That's where
35
some
bigs.
people like to register a tournament,
Right,
right? Like
right.
40 bigs, maybe 30 bigs. So some people might even just be waiting for that, you know, maybe not the max late reg, but maybe even just the first level of day 2, which would be 50 big blinds. You could have a whole day off. You could go to the zoo, climb Elephant Mountain here in Taipei, and then sign up tomorrow and come play 50 bigs.
That's what I would do.
All right.
I reckon there's going to be a lot of people that show up tomorrow with their 50 big blinds.
Look at this, Steve O'Dwyer. Getting in the mix. Ace-3 suited and +2. Going to run into Lim's ace-queen.
Gangster. Webster's not scared, man.
No. You know, might seem like a no-brainer shove, but Lim having, what, 5 players shorter than him? Takes a bit of guts. You don't want to bust when there's that many people shorter than you on the bubble, but ace-queen, just a wild hand, and O'Dwyer being one of those big stacks. Acting after Lee as well. You have to consider that that range is wide enough. Ace-queen super strong. Just take your spot. It's still poker. Gilbert Go wondering how many starting flights for the main. As I was just saying, no flights, just day one. That's it today. Only one day, one flight. Everyone plays the same tournament, same time. Look at that, King Jack suited hits the muck real quick after this jam.
Oh, Webster's got a hand.
Oh,
I knew it.
Yeah, you could tell.
I
You
knew
could
it.
tell. And this is unfortunate timing. Bao Xing Ho. Webster Lim makes the call and quickly flips it over. Bao Xing Ho looking for an ace, spades, maybe that Broadway straight. Anything to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the bubble will burst and we will be in the money with our top 7 players.
He's just been card dead the entire time, then he picks up a hand and just somehow runs into top of range behind. Really unfortunate here. But hey, still has 39% equity.
And a jack on the flop. Does bring in trip outs. Just one jack left in the deck, so no backdoor straights. Gonna need to hit an ace or that last remaining jack on this river. And no, the 6 of clubs has eliminated Bao Xing Ho in 8th place.
We got there.
Yeah. I was going to say 7, but no, 8th place. But we do have our top 7. Everybody remaining in the field is now in the money of our Superstar Championship event, a $50,000 buy-in. Everyone locked up, nearly $88,000 for 7th place. One of them will walk away with the $600,000 top prize.
There we go. You hear the players saying congratulations to each other. So, with that money bubble being burst, let's see if we're about to witness some carnage. I think it's a lot easier to get in 12 bigs once you've locked up that 87K.
I would expect to see it, definitely. With the poker alone, you'll see the carnage, but even more just like the emotions in your body, just feeling so tense around that moment, and just something inside everyone is just eager to start playing for these stacks.
That's very true. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of snug folds already, you know, some pocket pairs, some ace-X. Now that we're all guaranteed a payday, becomes a bit easier to take those closer spots.
Definitely.
Gilbert saying, I'm not too sure if the guarantee can be met. Could have an overlay. Listen, mate. I'll give you 4-1.
Hmm.
My $20 versus your $5. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I feel like in the first frame of today in this stream, we were watching the numbers and seeing it rest under 300 for a little while there. The start of the tournament, thinking a big majority wanted to play from the beginning, at least the first couple levels. Starting to go, oh, is this gonna be close? But seeing as it's picked up just a couple hours later, I think it's very unlikely we miss it on this one.
I'll give out free rolls.
You'll give out free rolls. I love to see it.
There we go, Gilbert. You get a $20 free roll, mate. You don't even need to lay me a price. Up to 1,400 viewers now from the Asian Poker Tour YouTube channel. Do appreciate each and every one of you keeping us company here for this Superstar Championship final table with these studs.
Yeah, you can see in the top left side of your screen, people wondering about the payouts. Everyone's locked up $87,585 for 7th. The next pay jump will be 6 figures, $109,000. And after that, it's $145K for 5th, $207 for 4th, $276 for 3rd, $417 for 2nd, and $600 grand up top.
Oh, this is close. Dylan's what, 13.5 effective? I think ace-5 suited. We're in.
Wow, big fold, blind versus blind. One of the shorter stacks. It is now final table ICM pay jumps in play.
You see Webster's chipped up really nicely there. Now comfortably in 3rd. Create a really healthy safety buffer between himself and the rest of the midfield. You selling any action for tonight?
For tonight? Maybe friends and family.
So I got some.
You want to sweat?
I
You wanna
love
sweat?
sweat.
Oh.
Man, there is nothing like being in the booth and having a little sweat going.
Yeah.
On. It's so fun. It's great from around. I think half the people that watch are also the same.
Right? Yeah. No, I think it's a lot of fun, and I have been giving quite a lot of rake back to the players at the series so far. So, can't hurt to maybe throw a little bit in for fun.
I must admit, I saw your double board bomb pot.
Yes.
Get in when
Yeah.
you turn trips on both. And
Yeah.
I feel like you stacked yourself.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I definitely didn't feel great about it, but it was it's one of those spots where I was going, why is everyone checking everything? Everyone just loves to pot it here when they hit a hand. It's like, does no one have anything? And then
they both just have a
it
full
looked
house.
like I thought I was going to be up against one player that hit something crazy, but I thought maybe I got one board for sure here. But then as soon as I had 2 callers, I went, oh no, I'm done. I knew that was probably the end of it once I had 2 callers, but alas, I had not slept much at that point in the trip. Gonna use that as my excuse.
Yeah, you're coming all the way from Canada. That's a pretty brutal. Was it 14 hours?
Oh, I wish. That's my last flight.
No, 14-hour time zone difference.
Oh, the times. Yeah, 13 hours ahead we are here.
Wow. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's just 2 in the morning back home right now on the same day. We're already getting closer to dinner time over here. Daniel Nielsen's turn with ace-queen suited. Puts in a committing bet, nearly all of his stack. Looks like he'll just get through. Blinds are going up in just 2 minutes.
Does that mean we're going on break, or?
I don't think so. I think we got at least another level till break.
Yeah, you're right.
And actually, they're 40-minute level, so we might even have.
No, you're right. It's
one more level.
It's one more level than first break of the final table.
Yes. Oh right, yes, because the last break was the final table draw. But no eliminations so far. Of course, the action has opened up a bit, but no carnage has ensued yet. I love some of these comments. I want to let people know. They are always asking, is this live or pre-recorded? It is live. We are the Asian Poker Tour. This is the championship series. We are live here. We see your YouTube comments. This is happening right outside the room. Well, 30 minutes ago. There was a delay to maintain game integrity, of course. We don't want any funny business happening, but it's about as live as it gets. But I get the suspicion. A lot of other events, they say live on YouTube, and it's 80% of the time a replay or something.
No, I understand. I really do understand that. Yeah. I've fallen for that trap myself before. I'm like, hang on, I didn't know this event was running right now, and then it turns out it's from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Weiss feels good with his 10 high. He's going to take it down. No nonsense from Nielsen in the big. It's a real dogfight down there.
So I'm curious in my PLO double board bomb pot hand. So I think what happened is, of course, it's a bomb pot, so everyone's in, right? The flops both had draws on them. Both drawing boards. Checks through 8 ways. The turn is both, trip 6s and trips 5s for me, I believe. And because I must, so I had a double paired hand, 5s and 6s. So I'm blocking anything that brings in. No draws come in on the turn whatsoever. So the nuts at this point is top trips, I believe. I don't think that any of the boards paired. So.
Well, if you had trips, then the board did pair.
Pocket pairs in my hands. 5s, double paired, 5s and 6s in my hand. One board came 5, one board came 6.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. Yeah, for some reason
maybe I'm remembering it wrong.
I feel like you are. I remember seeing like Queen Jack 5 on one board, and then the turn was a 5.
Oh, then I punted completely. Oh, I don't know why I thought I had a double paired hand there.
And the guy. The guy had like pocket queens or something.
Oh yeah. No, that was just silly then.
But this is why the APT is just as big as it is. It's so fun, these side events, running from 11:30 in the morning till midnight. Buy-ins from like $100 all the way up to 10K. You just have so many people flying in from all over Asia, just really enjoying themselves. You get to play multiple events a day. You bust one hyper, you can jump in another. It's really fun.
Oh yeah. The buy-ins range from $100 all the way up to this event here, the $50,000 buy-in. Literally something for everybody. I don't imagine anyone who plays poker who wouldn't be down to throw $100 into something, or any high roller that would scoff at a $50,000 buy-in and go, ugh, wasting my time.
All right, Calvin's up to 3.3 million. Came in as chip leader, eliminated Thailand's superstar, Punat Punsri, in 9th. Winning the flip queens against ace king, and since there, he's just been chipping up to 3.5 million. Look at that.
More than a third of the chips in play in our final 7.
Who've you got, chat? If you had to pick from here on out, who do you think is going to take down this record-breaking Superstar Championship? at the APT. Let's talk about Weiss, man. Back-to-back FTs. I feel like at the last stop as well, if I'm not mistaken, he had some deep runs in some of the high roller events.
Yeah, I believe so. I know he had a final table last time here in Taipei as well, in one of the high roller events. And just runner-up last night. Massive cash, 333,000, but still seemed disappointed. Clearly wanted the trophy, wanted the win.
Yeah.
Gets another shot today. I mean, poker, one of the only games where you can win hundreds of thousands of dollars and be upset.
No, it makes sense for Weiss. You correctly pointed out he came second, the APT high roller, last time round in Taipei for 155K, and then of course second last night for 331,000. He had a third place at that same stop as well in this very event, in the Superstar Challenge. So he's really been knocking on the door.
Yeah, Justin, of course, the information of knowledge in the chat there, showing that it is 5 in a row in Taipei, these high roller final tables.
Wow, 5 in a row is...
That's astonishing. That's either running like God or doing something right. Maybe both. Calvin Lee with most of the chips in front of him. Has Queen 10 suited under the gun. Look at that, the kings for Webster Lim in the cutoff. Sitting on 25 big blinds. Looks like a small 3-bet incoming.
Yeah, very happy to induce with a hand as strong as kings, of course. And Webster now playing that stack depth where, you know, I don't want to say he's going to be very liberal with attacking the chip leaders, but he definitely has enough ammunition to come in with a light 3-bet, especially if he feels like Calvin's been super active, you know, as the chip leader. So if Lee levels himself here to thinking, well, hey, I think this guy's just up to no good. You know, this guy trying to push back because he thinks that I'm playing too wide. Here we go, 3-bet pot. 750 in the middle.
Middle set for Webster Lim. Calvin Lee drawing to the gut shot, has backdoor spades.
Would expect Webster to continue small and wide here. On this ball texture, it's really nice unblocking top pair as well.
Nearly a range bet in this spot.
I mean, Lee just can't fold for this size. Is that like 15% continue from Webster? We've got clean outs to the nuts. It's a bit dicey, of course, you know. SPR now gets uncomfortable on the turn, but here we go. One of the biggest pots of the day, at least post-flop. We were rooting for a spade.
Right. Always want to see the action come in, but...
Damn, Webster's going to be playing 2 million.
Yeah. Imagine this goes check, bet, fold. Want to get more value from an ace on this turn, but will not be the case this hand.
What a tremendous start to this final table for Webster. Came in as one of the short stacks. He's going to take this pot down on this turn, and now he's closed the gap on Steve O'Dwyer, who's in second. Malaysians in with a real shot of actually closing this out. Long ways to go, of course, but there's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, we did see a 2 million chip pot before the break, but that one definitely a game changer. Helped get us to this final table. And now 3 stacks, under 10 bigs. Look at that. Webster, Lim, O'Dwyer, and Lee all boasting large stacks on this final table. Looking at around a $20,000 pay jump from 7th to 6th.
In somewhat surprising fashion, we were expecting a flurry of bust outs, or at least one.
Yeah.
And that has not happened. The biggest stacks have had a couple of pots not go their way. It's been a redistribution of wealth around the table.
And it's not quite the same as stone bubble pressure, but these pay jumps do start to get exponential as we get closer and closer to first. Still have to factor in that there's 3 stacks around 10 big blinds.
This feels like it would be a bit out of line from Calvin, but up until now, game flow wise, he's been pretty respectful of O'Dwyer. So if there is ever a time to kind of come out with the disrespectful 3-bet, you got the ace. There it is, man, right on cue. Trying to piece up O'Dwyer.
We haven't seen a lot of this so far. Might get a lot of respect for it.
It did feel like game flow wise, it was time.
Yeah.
There is the call.
Look at that, another pot at 1 million.
Two of the biggest stacks colliding, both whiffing on the King 5 tray. Rainbow dry and disconnected. Lee with a very easy continue here, especially with that inside straight draw and just the perceived range advantage, of course. This pot could prove pretty crucial, you know. I mean, it's looking very likely that Lee takes this down unless O'Dwyer really just comes in with the,
Yeah.
the little float in position with 60% of a royal.
Right, the double backdoor is tempting, but with the SPR shrinking very fast, playability of this hand is going to go down really quickly. Seems to agree, makes the fold. Look at that. Calvin Lee, 3.7 million in chips. Getting close to 40% of the chips in play.
Really terrible seat draw for O'Dwyer. You know, we talk about variance in poker, and there are so many different factors in terms of how variance can play out, and seat draw is very much one of them. You know, coming into this FT second in chips and having the chip leader just 2 spots to your left.
Yeah.
Pretty uncomfortable for O'Dwyer. As Lee wags the finger. And, wow, O'Dwyer down to 3rd in chips now.
Does O'Dwyer want to slow down or keep going? Looks down a queen jack in the cutoff. Decides it's time to stay aggressive. Going to run into Dylan Lynn's king queen. Very short stack. He's been fairly conservative up to this point, but dynamics have changed. Dylan Lynn still folding the king queen there. I thought maybe would have considered it, but very short. Probably has little to no fold equity on the stack size.
Man. I mean, we could just be three-handed in the space of, you know, a couple of orbits. It's not going to take much now for these 8 big blind stacks.
Yeah, and keep in mind, from 7th to 3rd, that's about just shy of a $200,000 pay jump. That's absolutely massive amounts of money. It could go fast. Weiss in the small blind with king queen.
Here we go.
There it is. 7,
Oh,
8
it's going in.
Middle. Oh,
there
wow.
we go. It's time. I mean, this is actually a lot of hand for these stacks to collide. We were talking about, you know, maybe like a 10-9 suited jams and runs into like a, you know, like an ace-5 or something. But these are two legit hands.
Ooh, and king queen. Still drawing about the same, even with the diamonds out there.
Yeah.
Queen of diamonds in Nielsen's hand, so still just looking for one of those kings. Does not find it.
Man.
And Alex Weiss continues his final table run, but once again, cannot luck it up. Eliminated in 7th place. Does cash it though. It's going to be good for $87,000, adding to his cashes here at the APT Championship Series. GG, Alexander Weiss.
Yes, sir. Cashing machine in these high rollers. 5 in a row, but just unable to convert. And you do have to ask yourself, you know, yes, you said this pretty perfectly earlier on. You can win tens of thousands of dollars and still be pretty upset. You know, this guy's cashed 5 high rollers in a row, 2 second places, a 3rd place. But you know that money is like it's bittersweet for him, right? Because he wants that trophy.
Yeah.
He wants. Look at this, man. I mean, come on.
Look at and they're specific to this series. These championship Mega Lions intentionally differ from the other series Mega Lions that we host throughout the year.
All right, so then there were 6. We did predict a flurry of bust outs.
Dylan Lind has been folding pretty tight. We just saw the king queen hit the muck. King jack also hitting the muck versus an open. Look at that. Ace queen for Daniel Nielsen once again. 2 hands in a row. Goes for the jam. Telling you, there's fun shirt equity. And no, yeah, that's not O'Dwyer's hand. That was definitely the jam from Nielsen, I'm sure. Ace queen picks it up. And look at that, our fitting that our top 6 have locked up 6 figures. Ironically, just a little bit more than 2x your buy-in. So this is a single re-entry event. If anyone fired 2 bullets, they're now slightly profitable. They're up $8,000.
I love your poker mindset, man.
Right?
You know, silver lining, guys. If you're in for 2 bullets, you're now in profit.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, the alternative was down 100,000. So
Well, it's pretty funny, you know, that we've got a guy here saying, we're here to watch the Super Pros battle, not hear the commentating. Just please keep that in mind. And then he goes on to say, Alex Weiss played a bit too nitty, IMO. So it's, you know, double standards. Imagine commenting on Weiss's play. The guy's cashed 5 in a row and, you know, sat at home being a keyboard warrior.
Gotta love the dynamic comments we see in the YouTube chats here from the likes of everybody.
Vincent's chewing on this one. I do always love these spots. You know when you see these tanks and you know that it's a genuine tank. They're really thinking the spot through.
Yeah.
I love just kind of finding out where the line is in terms of, you know, okay, he's tanking with the King 9. Is King 10-0 the line? Is that where he called? Maybe King Jack. I really feel like you can watch these guys, some of the best in the world who have invested thousands of hours into studying these spots and just, you know, improve your game. Take it into, what's the tournament you're playing tonight? The
Atomic Pineapple.
There we go. I mean, I think you're going to crush it. You're watching some of the best.
That's it. Clearly, these ranges apply to a 5-card Hold'em game. So, but no, I think I've, you know, despite the 2 final table appearances, I learned a little bit each time. It was a brand new game to me. Now I feel like I'm a seasoned vet, considering this is probably the only place in the world you can play Atomic Pineapple and register it on your Hendon mob. So, win a trophy for it.
It's brilliant, man. They've really figured it out here, and I think it's not going to be long until you see a lot of kind of tours pop up and do the same. Vincent going to take it down. Crucial pickup. It's showing O'Dwyer playing slightly more than he actually is. If your eyes caught it correctly earlier on, he raised folded, right, from early position because Nielsen got a jam through with the ace queen. So I do believe the graphics are slightly off. I think Nielsen's playing around 1.3. Yeah, he is. You can see. I do apologize for that. We'll try and get that fixed ASAP.
Lind gets the walk with 8-4, sitting on just 10 bigs. More than happy to see that. We have locked up 6 figures, but between 6th and 1st is a $500,000 pay jump.
Is that it?
$500,000.
Right. First thing that comes to mind, let your intrusive thoughts come in.
Let's go.
You win $500,000. What's the first like impulsive purchase you're making?
You know what? I think I go back home and some of my music industry friends and I take them on a little all-inclusive 1 week paid vacation, something like that. Yeah, I think that's the play.
Love that. You bring your instruments with you?
Maybe.
Yeah,
I didn't even think about that.
All right.
I mean, maybe yes, maybe no. Some of the time it's like we're playing the bars all the time. We're doing all this touring. Sometimes you just want to get away. Like, we do love music, but sometimes when it's your job, you know, I'm sure in the poker industry too.
I know.
You know, maybe we say we want to get away and not play poker, but no matter where you go, we probably sit down at a table anyways. So it's something similar with musicians. You might not want to be working on music, but you'll jam. Yeah, if there's something around, let's jam it out.
Man, it'd be so dope to just, you know, you win 500K and
what would you
go
do?
And rent out like a really cool recording studio with like all the gadgets and everything, so you guys can really go and feel out like the acoustics and stuff.
Yeah, that could be fun. I think, you know, I've had a few experiences in recording studios in my life, and I've also had experiences like recording my own stuff. But the one thing I'd really want is not even the studio, it's the producer, the guy that would do all the grunt work that I don't want to do and slows the whole process down.
Nice.
Set everything up, just be the guy who can run all the mics, all the machines, and then we just get to sit there and be creative for, you know, a weekend, maybe a week, and just write in a studio. That would be cool. Would absolutely love that.
Rags being dealt out here.
Nearly the whole orbit.
And Lee's just getting laid such an attractive price on a limp. Since we transitioned to big blind ante a few years ago, we've seen this transformation in strategy from the small blind. And, I mean, as I say that, it's an attractive price. He's just going to come aggressive.
Love to see it. Kim Hyun-jun in chat asking if it's US dollars. Yes. We exchange everything into US dollars for your viewing pleasure. So yes, that is 100,000 USD locked up. We're talking millions in Taiwanese, but 600,000 USD for first. And yes, 50K buy-in.
Yeah, little $37,000 ladder. It all adds up.
Yeah, there's a reason we only have 39 entries in this tournament. It was not cheap. And why we would be streaming a 39 entry tournament, because this is an absolutely massive buy-in. Biggest ever for APT.
It's so cool to see. You know, if they're getting the numbers that they had here. Bearing in mind, like, this is a 50K single re-entry, 33 uniques is huge.
Yeah.
Like, you put that in any other field where a lot of them are unlimited re-entries, so this could easily have been like a 60 entry kind of tournament.
Look at this, Dylan Lind, someone who's been playing very conservative, had a few spots that could have jammed, finally takes one. Ace-10 suited, cutoff versus hijack. We saw him fold king-queen in this spot.
Been very impressed with Dylan's approach to this final table. To be honest with you, I've been really impressed by everyone. Like, I'm struggling to think of a hand where it's, you know, it's made me flinch. All of them seem very aware of ICM.
Yes, especially in this final table. I think earlier in the day we maybe saw a couple of what I perceive as missteps. I mean, I'm no studied expert. I'm in the booth, not on the table. There's a reason, you know. But
I know
it's but nonetheless, a couple what I would assume are missteps. But that was very early in the day and few and far between. From here on out, it just feels like everyone playing the best poker they have in their back pocket. And I think because of that, it's tough because everybody who's a pro wants to exploit your opponent. But if all your opponents are so good that they become unexploitable, it becomes tough to find a spot where you can take advantage of that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that... I'm not looking at this table and thinking, that's my target. That's the guy I'm going for.
I mean, maybe if you didn't study up at all, the guy wearing the colorful shirt, you might look at it twice, but... You know, then you open up Hendon Mob and you go, okay, well, you know, that guy can play too.
He really can.
7th, the all-time money list in Australia.
Is he really?
Look at that, yeah, 5.3 million. Best cash was 900K. He's also got quite a long list of cashes. Daniel Nielsen loves to play poker. A lot of them just 4 figures, but boasting 193 Hendon Mob cashes.
Dude, he grinds, man.
That's
like,
a lot of poker.
I was saying to Victor Chong before I came in, like, this guy travels the circuit.
Love it.
Like, every European stop, every American stop, every Asian stop, he's just there. He's just non-stop on the road. Loves the game. Oh, here we go. This might go in. Dylan knows that Vincent's going to have suited broadways. He's going to have suited ace-X that are, you know, behind the ace-10. I think ace-9 suited's, you know, jamming here. Ace-5, king-queen. This is very close for them. There's a lot of future game stuff here as well, of course. You know, if we call and we lose, we're down to 1 big blind. We're most likely out in 6. But if we call and win, all of a sudden, you know, we're 5 left. A very healthy stack and a real shot at taking down this trophy. And that's the thing about these guys, like, they're not here to just ladder 1 or 2 spots. Like, these guys want to win. Let's see. This is really close. I think ace-jack-o, like, we're in. Ace-10 suited, we're in. I would love to run this. Wow, he folds it. I would love to speak with Dylan after this. Very curious to hear where he thinks like the call button is found.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if this is the line.
I think so. And you know, looking at some of the folds he's made, even since we got into the money in our top 7, even when Weiss was still in the mix, there were some spots where I thought he was, you know, going to jam over an open and whatnot, and it did feel close. It didn't feel like an obvious jam or anything. And then to see the fold, I went, is he playing like 1 pip tighter given some of these stack sizes and the pay jumps at play? You know, just because you're playing for the win. And so actually, I have an interesting viewpoint on a lot of people like to say the term, you know, they don't care about these ladder ups. They're playing for the win.
Right.
And I think when people hear ICM, they think that they're playing scared money, or they think that they're playing, you know, they're valuing the pay jump too much. And I always like to bring it back up in the chat. It's like ICM is just a form of doing the math in the way that is most monetarily profitable. That's all it is, right? So it's one of those things where it's like, do they want that trophy a little bit more than money, so to speak, right? Because that's kind of what you're talking about when you say play for the win. You want to give up a little bit of money EV for a better chance at the trophy.
Yeah. Yeah, people like Alex Foxen come to mind. Foxen, Chance Corneth, a couple of these guys that are just like relentless. It feels like they only have 1 gear, and that gear is like the 6th gear. There's no shifting down. It's just always applying max pressure. And what you often see is Foxen either has like an overwhelming chip lead with 15 left, or he's out the tournament, you know. And I think that's why he has such a high conversion rate compared to some of the other players who, you know, like you pointed out, just value the laddering, which makes a ton of sense. Like, that's how you get to buy in more. But they just don't convert as much.
Yeah. Well, I think that's where it's like you want to take those higher variant spots early in a tournament, really build that stack, especially when you have a chance to rebuy. You know, not that rebuying is exactly like always a plus EV decision, but with live tournaments, it's so hard to realize your equity in the long run because you can't multi-table, you can't play tons of tournaments every single day. And I think that's where it's like you can kind of cut down the time it takes to realize your equity if you're firing as much bullets and taking that higher variance approach earlier in the tournament. Get a little bit more action.
I managed to play 4 live tournaments yesterday.
Okay, sorry, maybe I stand corrected.
Just saying, I think the PLO I played 2 hands. The 5-card high-low, I think I lasted about an orbit. The pineapple, whatever it is. Oh no, the 3-card super hold'em.
Yes, yeah.
I think I lasted 3 hands.
I didn't realize you played that much yesterday.
I was grinding, man. I was loving it.
Look at Steve O'Dwyer here. He has his draws miss on this river.
Yeah, he probed turn for 1/3. And now Ace of Clubs feels like a card we should be threatened by. I do wonder though, do we always expect hands like Ace Queen, Ace King to continue on flop? Okay, yeah, we're going to get the shutdown from O'Dwyer, and I mean, Lim turning 8s into a bluff, try and get like a 10 to fold? I don't know. Seems fruity. Could be done though. I mean, if you just think, okay, on this river I can just get like 10-9 to fold, then we're just loving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pretty sick.
Nice.
Webster turning his hand into a bluff. Little does he know he had the best hand.
But I like the play nonetheless.
Yeah, that's really cool. That is really cool. I know you're supposed to remain impartial in the booth, but just from a poker fan point of view, who's impressed, you know, watching the last couple of hours or so at this final table?
Yeah.
Who's really stood out for you?
For me personally, the chat, yeah?
No, for
Sorry,
you.
For
yeah,
me, yeah.
You and the chat. I mean, the chat, feel free to get involved.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I mean, someone who didn't actually stand out more till recently, and it's tough because you normally look at the aggression is what gets everybody excited. It's the 3-bet bluffs that everyone loves to see, the jams and whatnot. But I was actually a little bit impressed by Dylan Lind, you know, not getting too crazy with the folds, but just going a little bit tighter than I thought he would have gone. And you know, leading, you know, and he's not shying away from aggression, just picking them a little bit more selectively. Like we did see the jam already from him there with Ace 10 suited, but it's interesting to see him pick his spots a little bit more carefully.
Very technical.
Yeah. So it's a less exciting of a play, but as someone who didn't really catch my attention until we got like 7-6-handed here, starting to tune in to what he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's very technical with it. And he's flop top, top, 330 in the middle.
It's a bit to talk about some aggression that we've loved on this table because no one's really been getting too out of line with anything because it's kind of a very evenly skilled table, I would say.
I was just going to ponder the idea of potentially leading on the 7-5-4 here out of the big blind. But I love that Dylan's checked, and probably a slight strategy adjustment is checking over to Lee, who's going to be wider than most players due to the nature of the setup. I mean, Lee being the overwhelming chip leader. And what we actually get to do now is we get Lee to c-bet with Jack high. And we get to extract an additional 150k in value versus in other scenarios, say, you know, we're looking at like a 40 big blind open and a 20 big blind defend where we would actually get to lead. So really well played by Dylan. Earns himself an additional 150k by checking it on over. And yeah, there he is, middle of the pack.
Well, and that's kind of what I was talking about. It's not necessarily exciting poker. It's not that 4-bet ace-4 off, you know, gutsy play happening near the bubble or versus a chip leader, but it's the selective aggression and extracting a bit of extra value, which I think is honestly one of the biggest leaks of most, you know, kind of not pro poker players, but people that study a bit and try to look at their spots but are still maybe somewhat recreational. Everyone loves to see the hands where they went wrong, where they punted, where they busted, but missing out on extra value. No one ever thinks about that too much in the earlier days of studying because you won the hand. Yeah. Why do I need to study it?
Yeah, that's right.
I made chips.
Confirmation bias at its finest.
Right.
Been very guilty of that myself in the past. Probably still am, if I'm being perfectly honest. It's been a rough hour or so for O'Dwyer. Started off strong, took the chip lead from Lee for a brief moment. Ever since then, it's just been downward trending. Now playing 23 bigs. Going for the open with the King 7. Is Lee going to give him one? No. Going to play defense. Let's see 3.
Come on, you got all those chips. Time to play poker. Ace, 8, deuce on the flop, rainbow. Middle pair for Lee. Dwyer with the betting lead. Not a bad flop for a small c-bet.
It's so tilting. I mean, it's just the board texture where you're supposed to see bet and take it down at such a high frequency. For Dwyer, as I mentioned, it's just not been going his way. Lee with that middle pair not going anywhere. It's going to be tough to shake him on the turn, especially on that turn, where it makes it far less likely that Dwyer has an ace now.
If you're Dwyer here and you are trying to get your opponent to lay down their hand, I feel like you have to start at least thinking about triple barreling in this spot. Like if you think they're calling with one of those lower pairs, like almost always just an 8, but if you had an ace in this spot, you'd probably be going for a little bit of value again. And
goes from bad to worse as well. This 4 of spades just completing some of the check calls on the flop. Like 4-5, 3-4, 5-3. Now we'll beat king high. Steve-O's mind, does king high have showdown value? He believes it does. The rich get richer. I believe we're going on break. Or maybe we get to squeeze in one last hand.
let's see, the blinds will be going up soon, if not now.
Yeah, there we go. Last hand before the break. Let's see if we'll be going into break with 6 players.
Yeah, a bit of a big blind jump too, from 60K big blind to 80K. It's gonna really put the pressure on our top 6.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
That is a pretty big jump.
Yeah, it's always in that blind structure where the blind jumps are never really, they're kind of designed more for an even chip denomination than they are for equal, I guess, increases between every level. So sometimes you have to consider that. It's not going to make the biggest difference in the world, but it will affect just how much your stack size shrinks after the break.
I love Nilsson, man. I love how he just took a swig of the whiskey as he eliminated Alex Weiss in 7th. Dude, man, that was a fun frame.
Oh, it was an absolute blast. I mean, this is we finally have Henry Cobain back in the booth here at the Asian Poker Tour for the Championship Series. And we got to witness this final table championship, Superstar Championship bubble. That was a massive bubble, 50K buy-in. Alex Weiss getting that min cash for $87,000. 6 players remain. One of them walking away with that rose gold championship Mega Lion and $600,000. Don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly after this break with the final coverage.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I was young, I was dumb then, running wild, low on self-esteem. Girl, you were everything I didn't need, but I think that's probably why we never got that far. Making out in my broke down car, tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. Wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. A broken I will never fix. Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. Wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Broken I will never fix. We never got that far. Making out in my broke down car, tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. Wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. A broken I will never fix this. We never got that far. Making out in my broke down car, tried to change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. Wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. A broken I will never fix this.
Yeah, I be in my head late at night, just contemplating all of my goals. Look, will I fold or will I chase them? I got adversity, two options. I can handle it purposefully, or I can let it murder me. But sign up for war, point out the target, show me the giants. Hold your applause, just getting started, sending the lions. Ambition ain't for the weak, I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready
But
for
I'll
me?
find a way, with or without your end. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, 'cause I'll find a way, with or without my sins. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say, but I'll find a way.
looking for handouts. I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down, trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the GOAT is, me hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments. I cut out the politics, no. It's all my competence. I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak. Get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to
But
see.
I'll find a way. With or without your aid. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say. 'Cause I'll find a way. With or without my sails. Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say. But I'll find a way.
Ambition ain't for the weak. I see it before I speak. Ready and willing, is you ready for me?
Oh, you try to make me stay. Now there's nothing you can say. 'Cause I'll find a way.
I can feel it coming on. Waves of crimson on my cheeks. Is it right or is it wrong? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. Tell me how I'm all you want. Everything you ever dreamed. Got me thinking, is this love? The way I need you next to me. Midnight, you pull me under your eyes. Got brand new colors, my mind is going crazy. Baby, maybe you've got all my attention. Living inside the tension, my mind is going crazy. Baby, I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I maybe might be diving into your ocean. No point in trying to deny it or trying to fight it or trying to hide it. I've decided to drown inside it, drown inside it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. I think I like it, I think I like it. Breathing, it's all alright. Believe it, I'm on your side. Don't you see it here in my eyes? Believe me, I'm on your side. On your side. Yeah, whether you're living on the run, sitting safe at home, crying out your lungs, honey, don't you know? Say the word, I'll be there, there to make it right. Anything.
A very warm welcome back to Taipei. We are live with the final table of the Superstar Championship here at the APT Championship Series in Taiwan. A $50,000 single re-entry grabbed the attention of 33 uniques, 6 re-entries, meaning 39 entries in total. We are down to the final 6 players, all guaranteed $108,000 for their efforts, playing for $600,000 for first. How about it? A 50K single re-entry at an APT. And I'm joined in the booth by my man, Vido. How's it going, bro?
What up, Henry? Good to have you back at the APT, and what an event to come in for. The $50,000 Superstar Championship. Let's just say the buy-in once again. $50,000. Let's say in the local Taiwanese currency. 1.5 million plus TWD, and there is the prize pool in front of you. The better part of $2 million, and first place prize is a cool 600 Gs. I heard you and Kyle discussing what you might do with the winning payout. No Lambos were brought up. That was pretty disappointing. Lambo would be up there for me.
Yeah? Snap buying the Lambo?
Snap buying the Lambo.
You have like your initials engraved on like the seats and everything? Or?
Yeah, on my existing Lambo. I just want the new one.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd do. I think just play more poker.
Boring.
That is the boring answer.
That is what these 6 probably think of it as, just more buy-ins.
Tell you what's not boring is with that blind level increase, the average stack has dropped down to 20 bigs. We've got a couple of guys hovering around that 10, 11, 12 big blind territory. And it would not surprise me if in the next half hour or so we go from 6 to 4, unless the short stacks get lucky and find some big hands to double up with. But as it stands, it has been a one-man show almost. Calvin Lee has just been in cruise control at this FT. Continues to lean. I want to get a look at the current leaderboard because I think not only is the chip leader, he is comfortably the chip leader. There you have it.
Domination ever since he came into the FT. Approaching 50 bigs. You mentioned the average stack should favor the out-and-out chip leader there. Can't put so much pressure, no matter how used to 50Ks you are. These pay jumps are so serious. The next one goes from about 109,000 locked up to 145, so every decision crucial.
Yeah, this has been pretty brutal for O'Dwyer. Came in second in chips, held the chip lead for, I want to say, a couple of hands. But having that pesky big stack on his left, things just haven't been going O'Dwyer's way. Let's see if he can pick up some chips here. Looks like he's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante.
I'm assuming these guys are all absolute ninjas with short stacks. We see 10 big blinds to 23 big blinds or so between second and 6th place. I expect perfect poker being played, but perfect poker at this stack depth does require courting some variance here and there. You have to get it in there. You have to 3-bet champ to pick up those crucial blinds and antes, perhaps lose open here and there. So wouldn't be surprised to see fireworks at some point soon, like you said, Henry.
It's not going to take much. It's a lot easier to get 12 bigs in than it is to get 40. Well, Lee's going to let the short stacks do the work for him. He gets out the way. Nilsson with a very playable king, queen of spades, 15 bigs. Commits himself.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There is no getting away from this, and in fact, Vincent will be pretty happy getting it in there. Even more so when the cards are on their backs, as they're likely to be. Henry, did we jinx it? Could this be it? Daniel does have Vincent covered. And here we go. Rough shape.
Yeah, has him covered. Not only does he have kicker problems, we already saw one of his kings mucked by Lee and another one mucked by O'Dwyer. So case king needed. Or some spades. Comes queen 9-8.
Some hope.
Oh, this would be a dirty way to do it.
All the kings were dead as it turns out, but that gives some hope. The 7 though seals it for Vincent to find the double. Daniel down to 5 bigs.
Wow, all the kings were dead pre-flop. I didn't know that. I know I saw 2. Well, Nilsson sub 5 bigs. I mean, he's going to have to put in, what, 40% of his stack in just a few hands' time when he's in the big blind?
And I think Calvin will be eyeing the next couple of hands as open season, the ICM pressure, at an absolute max with this tiny stack. Alex Weiss left us in 7th place, making the money right before the break.
5 high roller final tables, or perhaps more impressively, sorry, 5 high roller cashes in a row for him. 2 second place finishes, a 3rd place finish, unable to convert. 7th place, he's going to be disappointed with that. He's definitely going to be disappointed with that. Oh, here we go. It's enough to spin the wheel. A little pocket pair.
Big blind should be priced in, so a flip could be coming. Never mind. 9-7 off could be just a tad too weak for the 3.7 bigs.
That is huge for Nilsson. Wow. Increases his stack by more than 50% without even needing to see the run out. Wow.
Just like that, 7.2 bigs feels a lot more hopeful. He's up next for the big, though. Henry, you've been covering some of these players. Dylan Lindy comes to mind. Steve O'Dwyer, of course.
Webster, Vincent.
Regulars at the high rollers. Exciting to see them at the APT, no doubt.
That's great, man. It really is cool just to see what the APT team has built over the last couple of years. The fact that they had, what, an 81 runner, 25K just yesterday. Now, fast forward to today, you know, you're looking at a 39 runner 50K, which I think more impressively, the fact that it's a single re-entry really makes it stand out. So love to see it.
Ace Queen for Calvin. Another flip where Calvin does have Ace Queen.
Man, Nilsson is just loving this. As is Dylan. These other short stacks get to watch on and potentially ladder 37,000 if Lee can convert his 49% equity here. I don't want to jinx it, but I tell you what, the way Lee's been running against O'Dwyer, it feels inevitable.
Well, he has flopped 2 overs and the spade draw, and now a queen. You weren't kidding around. Comes down to 1 out, going once, and the 9 of hearts means we lose one of the best in the business. Steve O'Dwyer leaves us in 6th place, over 100K, more than 2x the buy-in. Fantastic performance. The cards eventually deciding to not go his way, but just shows us why he's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, that one's... I think that one's going to sting for a while. Pretty boring result there for Steve-O. I mean, you at one point was 1 of 8. Sorry, 1 of 9, rather. And then to bust in 6th place. Still, decent ROI. Cashing for just shy of 109,000. I think with 8 left, if you had asked him, you know, how's it going kind of thing, probably had his eyes on at least top 3. That is tournament poker in a nutshell.
Straight into the main, you think?
I don't know. Maybe, you know, go 7-Eleven, get yourself a little OJ, stretch the legs, get some sunlight.
The crazy thing is, especially in Taipei, we have a beautiful venue that is so convenient in the heart of the city. Everybody tends to be walking back to their hotels. I don't know Steve O'Dwyer personally. I did end up just kind of awkwardly walking along with him last night after he backed the 50K.
Okay.
While I just busted my Octoras $300 whatever. And I was like, this is absurd. But to take away from the fact that you are at the venue with these sickos, no matter what tournament you're playing here at the APT. Today, of course, dominated by the main. And I'll tell you more about that, Henry. I happened to catch the break off the main as I was coming in. The floor is buzzing, people are buzzing, and you know how it is on the break during a tournament. The hand histories are just coming. I could just hear them. 6-bet with Jack-10 off, I heard.
Okay. So we're button clicking out here.
Opens with 3 deuce off, I heard. So
oh, man.
People are having fun out there.
All right. I'm not doing commentary anymore, which will be to the relief of a lot of people. But next time I get invited out, I'll be like, sorry, Soiza, I'm coming to play. Jump in some of these juicy record-breaking events.
Speaking of records, Henry, almost 500 entries in the main.
That's sick.
And by the way, 568 is the number where we are going to be giving $1 million up top. I have a sneaky suspicion we're going to cross that.
Wow. So they've almost hit the guarantee already, and it's like not even halfway through.
Indeed. Mind you, this is a freeze out. And
oh, that's true.
Day 2, you do get 50 bigs at the start of the day, and entries are open all the way up to the 2nd level ending, which would give you 35 bigs as a starting stack. So some of these pros love to lay dredge.
Yeah.
Can expect some of them to join us then.
Although if you've got people 6-betting and opening 3 deuce, so maybe you do want to be in early.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Oh, I think King Queen. 5-handed. So this is effectively a hijack open off of 13 bigs.
There it is. As expected by you, Henry, we're going to go for another flip here. Webster Lim versus Dylan Lindy. Dylan at risk. No shortage of premiums or action ever since we've come back from the break. My goodness.
Textbook stuff. Maybe not. Nilsson's again just loving this.
Oh,
yeah. You know, another potential $62,000 ladder if Webster can convert this King Queen suited. Not gonna happen on the flop. He's gonna have to do it the hard way. 5 of his 6 outs live. King or a queen to get us down to 4-handed. Dylan fades up to 2.2 million, and we were so impressed with Dylan's ICM prowess, if you will, the way he navigated this final table so far. To now see him with a very threatening stack.
So crazy to me that Daniel was just sitting there, effectively flipping for $62,000 himself.
Yeah.
Although he didn't come out on the pay ladder side of it, Webster Lim is down to 675K. Joins Daniel as a short stack, so these two might be playing off each other.
This is pretty sick. I mean, this tournament could just be over in like 90 minutes.
Don't say that.
I know.
It's the 50K. I want to see the sickos. I want to learn a little bit.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Don't worry. I'm very happy to go for another 4 hours. But the reality is it could be over in the blink of an eye. There's what, 9.7 million chips in play, so 120 bigs. Average stack of 25-ish.
25, yep. Daniel Nielsen, by the way, I've had the privilege, the honor, the absolute joy of being in the booth while he joins us. Along all the APT stops, as you were mentioning, Henry, he's a common presence on feature and final tables. He did slow roll to win the 10K against a friend, but still a huge one at APT Manila.
How big of a slow roll was it?
Every time bank. Heads up, just...
It was heads up.
Knew he had it, just threw in the time banks. This is an interesting spot. Queen 4 off. I think Dylan was tempted to raise it up before he remembered. There's 2 tiny stacks. The ICM prowess. Catching him when he needed it. And now the 4 on the flop. So King 10 off is a decently strong limp again. Options were available, but with the ICM, Vincent chose the conservative option.
Stab here from Dylan with the best of it. Wants to get some value, but also just, you know, denying 6 outs equity is really nice. You don't want to give a hand like Jack 9 a free turn. So he is going to extract value from the King 10.
Always tricky, an ace in a blind versus blind limp pot. Both players need to decide if they can pretend to be trapping it. Dylan could certainly have been trapping it, considering the ICM. Weak aces would play this way, but weak aces might check behind also. So not an all clear by any means for Vincent to bluff at it. Mind you, with this board, king high could often enough. I think he's looking to get to showdown.
I think Dylan can go for value. Although there is also the option that Vincent now comes with block.
It is tough to commit any bigs in this situation, Henry. I mean, you'd rather make a tight check fold, I suppose, just because of the 2 tiny stacks. And Vincent might think he wants to induce a bluff to the extent he is going to call off king high. Cool spot developing.
Yeah, all of those, you know, 5-6, 8-6, 8-5, that perhaps, wow, that's a snug check back, an understandable one for all of the reasons you pointed out. I've been really impressed with Dylan's play. He seems just very, very technical, very thoughtful, really thinking every spot through, and you know he has his reasons for it. And again, it's another one of those where he's probably like, okay, right, he had one of the hands that perhaps I could have got value from, but I don't think he'll be kicking himself or losing any sleep over not value betting thinly there on the river.
He's an absolute G. Legend in the making, or already perhaps. Multiple bracelets, did win the 50K PLO tournament in Vegas. Now looking to make a run for it. An hour 50K. Pocket 9s for Daniel. What timing.
What life.
What a life indeed. And these shots from under the gun when you're short stack, they have this element of playing a bit extra loose in people's heads, but none of that matters because we're headed to another flip between the 2 short stacks. We are going to be on the verge of a knockout one way or the other.
Oh man, he's just got the Johnny Walker Black label.
Always.
Takes a swig of it. we're off to the races. Can we talk about the fact that Webster is 5 cards away from being second in chips with 5 left to practically out the door? Sorry, second in chips with 6 left. Tournament poker really is a cruel mistress at times. Still, 45% equity. Chance to convert and get us down to 4. Not a club in sight. No paint in sight. So no backdoor potential. Ace or a king needed. It's close.
Close.
Tell you what.
Right suit and everything.
I flinched.
Well, Dylan didn't. Pardon me, Daniel didn't flinch at all, confusing the Aussies there. That swig from the Black Label just... it's just so badass.
Man, I love this guy. This guy, what a character. We need more characters just taking a swig of the Black Label in a 50K. He's loving life. Not only did he get that ladder, he's managed to spin back up to a comfortable 12 bigs, although he's about to eat up the blinds. But look, one more double, and he's right back in this thing.
I heard you and Kyle discuss reads from, you know, the watches, the RMs, the protects. What's the read on somebody just pounding it down, no care in the world? You got to be intimidated. This person is not making those conservative playdowns, I believe.
I agree. Yeah, this is not a guy I'm trying to run one on.
Daniel's in the blinds, as you mentioned. Now, rough spot here for Webster. 300K, and he will be ponying up 160 on the very next hand. Let's the Queen 8 go, though, not the spot.
Ace-3 also hitting the mark, just, you know, comfortably in third, 2 covering stacks behind. Let those guys do the damage. Lee's got an ace, he's going to jam. It's going to take a legit hand for Nilsson. 10 deuce, not going to cut it. So, Webster about to commit more than half of his stack blind. All eyes on him.
Over 16 million USD on Webster's hand and mob. Number 5 in Malaysia, and it's pretty close, mind you, between 5, 4, 3, and 2. Our very own Michael Soiza in second place with about 20 million.
Soiza's only got 20 million?
On hand and mob.
I would have thought he had like 20, 22, 23.
Well, that might be it. Close enough. Not something Webster can catch up to here. Exciting for Dylan Lindy, by the way. First place here would take him over the $15 million milestone.
That's a pretty cool milestone to hit. Not one I'll be hitting in my lifetime. Or unless...
Henry, how could you say that?
I'm just, you know, I'm safe in here. See, it's safe in here. Out there, you're in the big blind with half your stack committed, and you've got a guy with aces, you know?
It's just not right. It's just not right for Webster. He will be committed. And in comes the min bet, I assume, or are we eyeing something trickier?
No, he's come with men. Dylan's not going to attack. What about Lee? Lee looks interested. King 5 suited, but he does think better of it.
Jack 10 is plenty of hand. Unfortunately, it's going to be up against the overpair.
I think the plan is call, see a flop, and then maybe get away on like a king 5 deuce, ace 3-3, those types of boards.
And the reason for this could be to wait out Daniel, who's also short stacked. 8 and 9 will mean a pretty good fighting chance for the Jack 10.
Okay, yeah, we're in.
One third of the time he can crack the aces. He will take it, I'm sure. 440 in the middle. There's the all-in. So about, is it 6.5 bigs to play for? This would be the start of the comeback. 7 or queen needed. 1 out folded.
Jack for a sweat. Or is that too many outs?
Sounds about the right amount. Jack for a sweat would be nice. Let's have a sweat. 6 is not really changing much.
Wow, 3-sider. How dirty is that, man? Let him pill the river.
A 9. And that's that. Henry, as you predicted, we are down to 4 pretty quickly. And this is going to change the dynamics. But for now, Webster should take a bow because that was an amazing performance. Collects a cool 207,000. Oh, pardon me. 145,000. 207,000 is the next payout. 145,000 in chain. So 3x on the buy-in against the absolute best of the best in the world. Couldn't get it done this time, but we know we'll be seeing him around shortly.
GG's Webster. Has to be somewhat happy with that run. I think a disappointing finish. Really navigated the final table well from, 9-handed. Managed to chip up nicely and put himself in a spot to actually go on and win this. But, losing a couple of flips in a row, that'll do it. And he's out the door. So, with that, pay jumps getting big now. 70K ladder between 4th and 3rd. Everyone guaranteed $207,000 for their efforts.
Some support in chat for Webster from our regulars, Kiwi Special. Also saying they're proud of their Malaysian brethren, I assume. Pocket sixes for Daniel. He's been having the right kind of holdings that he can get it all in with and pick up those crucial blinds. Take a look at how he's crossed the 10 big blind barrier and now trying to get this one through. Ace-9 for Vincent. Good enough. Wow. Another flip is coming. This is getting an absolute wild ride at this FT. So here we go. Daniel Nielsen flipping for his tournament life. If he can find the double, he'd be up to 2 million. This would be an incredible comeback. He's found some ladders despite being the shortest stack a while ago. Now looking to be 3rd in chips.
Yeah, we knew once it got to this blind level, this stack depth, that this was going to become a bit of a theme. Just a lot easier to get 11 big blinds in. All right, swig of the whiskey on the turn. That's been the trend so far. Vincent with the prepay.
Bold. Does not work.
Nielsen's playing 2 million, dude. He's got 25 big blinds.
Still having fun out there as he's flipping for hundreds, and I do mean literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. 25 bigs for Daniel Nielsen.
Wow. What a spin. What a spin. Lost that king-queen against ace-queen, was crippled, was down to, what, 5 bigs. Woke up with a couple of deuces, got the jam through. And from there, it's been a one-way train to Value Town.
I think that was like 10 minutes ago.
Literally.
There's been so much happening ever since the break.
Yeah, I mean, you came in and I was like, oh, dude, this could be over in an hour and a half.
Dynamics have shifted. Vincent now in Daniel's spot, the only short stack, 9 bigs. 2 stacks in the form of Daniel and Dylan, essentially tied around 25 bigs. Calvin has been just patiently watching the fireworks in front of him with over 60 bigs. This time he will participate. An ace in the big blind. Decides not to put pressure back on Daniel despite the short stack, giving him ICM leverage. 10 on the flop.
It's just flopped best. He's going to pick up more chips. Unfortunately, not going to get any value on this board. But still, the fact that he's going to chip up, take from the chip leader, things are really going his way.
I think he's about to be officially second in chips. Safe to say the comeback and the spin up is complete. Dylan Lindy can do nothing but look on as some flips and cards go the way of the other players. Still, though, everybody has locked up over 207,000. The next page up, 70,000 USD. Questions in chat about second place payout. That's 418,000 USD. So the next pay jump is 140K or so. The rags of all rags for Calvin. You hate giving a walk, being the chip leader to the man with all the momentum. But the cards are doing it for you. In this case, Daniel did have an ace.
That's such a strong shirt.
Oh, that's his classic look.
I see someone in the chat saying, why is it not showing the pay jump? Pay jump is in the top left-hand corner of your screens. 207,000 currently locked up. Third going to be going home with 276,000.
King 5 suited, under the gun, 4-way, that's the cutoff. Does let it go, he has a chip leader on his left, is in a bit of ICM jail as well, with Vincent stack. Ace 7 has all the advantages the other way, in position with the chip lead. Small stack on the big.
Note the sizing as well.
Yeah.
Comes with 2.5x, just really dissuading Nielsen out of the small. And it's tough for Vincent as well because he's meant to be defending close to range, but Queen 3-0 versus the 2.5x just can't cut it.
He knows it. Lets it go. No peel for you, says Calvin. 7 bigs left in Vincent's stack. 4-handed. That is going to be in the middle, one way or the other, pretty quickly. $516 players in the main event, Henry.
Wow.
20 or so away from the guarantee. That means
go, man.
$5 million about to be completed in the prize pool. Wow. And there's a ways to go. Folks, this is the one to not miss. Believe it or not, no matter where you are listening to this in the world, it is by no means too late to come down to the lovely city of Taipei. 50 big blinds at the start of day 2 registration tomorrow with Reg open for a couple of levels. And the levels, by the way, are 75 minutes apiece, and they go up to 90 minutes on day 3. Fantastic structure.
Yeah, I think it depends where you live. Yeah, if you're in Vegas, it's gonna be tough to get out here in time. But
there's private planes.
Well, you know, if you fly in private, then yeah, by all means. I'll tell you what, if you fly in private, I'll host a little private 200, 400 cash game for you as well, you know.
Henry.
You sound like the type of person we want in the private cash game streets. So.
The hustle is on, I see. Queen Jack off, and I think Dylan knows this is very maneuverable. Once again, approaching cautiously. Talked about Steve O'Dwyer's spot on this final table. Let's not forget Dylan's Calvin Lee on his immediate left.
Dylan's been surgical with it, man. He's been so solid. The modest mouse. On tour. Out here in Taipei. Getting it done. In this 50k, flops an open-ender. Calvin with bottom pair. But it's going to be tough to get this bottom pair to showdown. Should he face much heat.
He's firing, semi-bluffing. Catching a pair, Calvin is certainly coming along for one big. Dylan has to be a bit worried about this pot ballooning up too much. 1.8 in a stack, the absolute break on the turn.
Yeah, the flop was the easy street for Lee to continue on. Should he face a double, it gets rather uncomfortable. The last thing you want to do is give chips to second and chips, have him close the gap. Game flow wise, things have been going Lee's way. Kind of a BS size, isn't it? Like, it kind of feels like what it is.
A stab.
Doesn't scream strength to me. But the 8's going to hit the mark.
It's almost the perfect size against Calvin's exact hand. An 8 with no redraw. Gets the job done. 2 million plus now for Dylan. There we go, tied with Daniel. All Vincent could do was look on as he's one hand away from posting the bigs. That's going to be for about a third of his stack. We saw Daniel pick up something pretty nice out of the gun, and my goodness, I did not see that before I said what I said. Aces 6.6 bigs in the 50k under the gun when you need them the most. He decides to be very balanced, no fancy play, just rips it in there. And he's going to pick it up. I think a min open would have led to the same outcome. And he tells Daniel what he had. I do like announcing you had aces after you go all in so that the next time you do it with a much, much weaker holding, it's festered in your opponent's heads. That being said, he's by no means out of the danger zone. Most of what he just picked up will be posted. Chat letting me know that Vincent's been having a pretty solid run when it comes to aces. Well, that was the time for it, if ever there was one. Calvin eyeing quite acutely the short stack on the big blind. It's about 7.5 blinds effective after the ante. Another 2.5x and queen 8 off once again. Should be a bit too weak against the big sizing.
I mean, queen 8-0 significantly stronger than, what was it, queen 3 in the previous spot. At least you have some straight connectivity. Vincent agrees. Gonna come with the stop and go. Pill, C3, SPR less than 1. Let's see if we can connect.
Ooh, does that count?
I mean, it would work. It would work. If we can fold out some king highs, some ace highs, maybe even like a pair of 7s. Yeah.
Love it.
I don't see how Calvin can call this. There we go. What a crucial pickup there for Vincent. That straightiness, connectivity, pre-flop. Enough of an excuse to defend, got the flop he needed.
Yeah, think about the hands that against a 2.5 big open, Vincent is defending. Jack 10-7 should connect with a lot of them. Obviously, the pre-flop aggressor, Calvin, could have connected as well, but Calvin was on the button with the chip lead. His range is going to be extremely wide. Vincent puts it all together, even if he was against something like a pair, you know, given his gut shot, the overcard, expected 30 to 40% equity. Very nicely done. Perfect stop and go there. He'd had enough about folding those big-ish opens. You see an ace and a king 9. There we go. The ace has actually opened. Calvin Lee from the cutoff. King 7 suited in the small. Solver favorite, but not with these stack situations. Kiwi special in chat says go Vincent, supporting fellow Kiwi.
I've really enjoyed watching this from a, just like a poker nerd point of view. You know, that the guy that just loves the strategy side of the game. This has been the final table for it. Some very well studied players just in the lab, dedicated thousands of hours of their lives to these, you know, final table spots. And I say nerds in the most endearing way, by the way.
Of course. It's the era of nerds. And if you think about the average buy-ins this lot is playing, each study hour is worth thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Especially this stage of the tournament as well. It's a spot that Dylan seems very, very comfortable in. Especially when, I think, for Dylan, having access to the PokerGo studio, you know, calls Vegas home, having the ability to go down and play these, you know, 50 runner 10Ks, these 50 runner 15Ks.
The daily, weekly high rollers.
You just get into this spot, you know, 7 paid, 9 left situations so much more often than, you know, let's say someone like Nilsson would. So perhaps that extra layer of confidence for the likes of Dylan. This is poker at its purest, I think. No gambling, no unnecessary theatrics, just methodical, well thought out, well structured strategy competing against other well structured strategies.
Even with these payouts, I have a feeling some of these players are completely ambivalent about results.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
To the extent they have a situation where they get busted. I've seen people of this caliber just go into the cab, go into maybe their hotel rooms, open the lab, just look at the spot. If they made the right decision, they're happy. If they didn't, make a note, decide to study it, and move on to the next one.
What's your approach, by the way, with that? That's a really interesting conversation. I'd be curious to hear how the viewers feel about that. So I have friends that are on both sides of the spectrum. You have people who will bust a hand from a tournament, like you said, go back to the hotel room, review the spot, and then come back the next day. And then you have other players who won't study at all while they're on, on tour.
During a series.
During a series, like a 9-day, 10-day grind because of how heavy it is on, on the mindset and the limited brain space and power. But they will write down a bunch of hands and then after the series review every spot.
It's personal, obviously. And let me just pause on that because I think a 3-bet jam is in order with the King Jack. This is good enough. And so unlucky.
It really is.
Calvin having not only a premium holding that will never fold, but one that dominates Vincent.
Blinds have just gone up as well. How do you get the King Jack against the button and find yourself dominated? That's the coldest of decks here for Vincent. Good luck, gents. To get us 3-handed, we don't need a miracle. We just need Lee to find the hold. With Nielsen and Dylan watch on for a potential 70K ladder. Clean flop, although a couple of hearts do offer some backdoor potential. Oh, wow. He'll take it from 3 to 7 outs. Doesn't get there. The ace-jack's going to hold. We're down to 3.
Love the support in the chat. People saying go Vincent. Does leave us in 4th place. And a smile to the camera on his way
always.
out.
Yeah, always.
Amazing attitude.
Top guy.
The pride of New Zealand here at the APT. Vincent Wang does walk away with an astounding 207,000 USD. And now we're 3-handed. 276,000 USD is the minimum payout.
I don't know, man. You've seen what Calvin's been doing. I don't know what to talk about.
100 bigs in play, average stack 33 bigs. Great run there by Vincent. But with that elimination, we're 3-handed. 276,000 locked up. Second will be going home with 417K. I don't need to throw shade at other tours, but I tell you what, prize pool in this one in a 50K is whoa, hang on. Hang on. Could we just be heads up here? If Dylan takes this rejam spot, Daniel's snapping. Wow, Dylan just finds the defend.
Wow.
Dude, I'm telling you now.
How do they know?
There are a lot of players. Oh, hang on, it's dead small blind. Okay, I guess that changes things slightly, but still.
I mean, 3-handed, these hands are monsters.
So Nielsen effectively gets two buttons.
That's 60% of a royal flush. No real connection, though, for the King Jack of clubs. He's been solid and disciplined. Does he want to peel one?
Yeah, it does feel like a mandatory pill. Ace 8-3. It's nice having 2 overs to the 8-3. Like you said, 60% of a royal. King high, very much a hand that can absorb some aggression.
Plenty of outs, as you see, most of them to a chop.
I think Dylan was potentially contemplating lead on this 3. Checks through. Nielsen with the check mark kicker going to play. I think, in all likelihood, both players intend to get their hands to Showdown.
Too much showdown value to bluff. Check, check, and the good news for Daniel. A 1 million gap between himself and Dylan Lindy now. Solid second place. Heartwarming comment here in the chat, Henry. Woody, who was rooting for Vincent, said Chi-Chi, way to represent our small country. New Zealand, baby. Indeed. Plenty of New Zealand representation here at the APT Championship in Taipei. And then immediately pivots, rooting for our Aussie brother now. Love to see it.
It's just so far away, New Zealand, isn't it? I remember when I first moved to Thailand, I've been spending a lot of time in Vegas and a lot of time in Europe, but when I officially moved to Thailand, I was like, okay, I'm closer now. Now, you know, visiting Australia, visiting New Zealand, it just seems a lot more realistic. And then I looked at flights, and you're still looking at like a 17-hour journey.
That's right.
It's like, what the hell?
Well, we're all the more grateful for them joining us here. And Daniel, by the way, just refuses to have even the slightest downswing, and he's being played back at. Calvin decides he's had enough of Daniel's momentum and picks the absolute worst spot to fight back. And this is tricky. There is a world where Daniel should be considering a trap with the aces. He knows his image at this point must be pointing to loose opens. Calvin could be fighting back weak, and he's found the flat call. 1.2 SPR. How much trouble is Calvin Lee about to get into?
Yeah, I have to agree. It does feel like a momentum thing. And
my goodness. Oh my goodness, Henry. Could we be looking at a potential chip leading pot?
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. This is, you know, we talk about game flow so often. The fact that Nielsen had the button twice due to the dead small blind after Vincent was eliminated in 4th. And we've seen Calvin do this. Like, he's picked this type of spot to 3-bet against Steve O'Dwyer earlier on. And a similar spot here. Just playing the man, not playing his cards. And he's just very unfortunate to be up against the blades, flopping top pair. I mean, it's going in on the turn, right? There's 2.2 million in the middle. Feels like it's going in on the turn a lot.
Calvin has a queen of spades to boot. The 9 is not an overcard to the queen. And by the way, Calvin probably thinking he's getting away with one. The poker god shining on him after the extremely loose 3-bet. 2.2 mil in the middle, 1.5 in Daniel's stack. He looks the exact same as he always does.
We're going to have a new chip leader. Surely. SPR 0.7.
I think it's coming. Essentially a bit of Hollywooding from Calvin. Pardon the graphics there, no bet yet.
Nielsen's going to beat him to the pot if Lee says all in. Unless his spidey senses are tingling. Wow. What a check. I mean, is this a check because we feel like when we jam and get called, we never have the best hand?
Or fold out a lot of hands, such as middle pairs, but he does call off Daniel's jam, as he has to with top pair in that spot, so high up in his range. Gets the worst news, 5.1 million in the middle. These two about to swap stacks and the chip lead, unless Calvin can hit one of these 5 outs. And the 10 means we have gone from worst to first in what feels like minutes. Daniel Nielsen is the new chip leader here at the Superstar Championship.
And in Nielsen fashion, just reaches round. Swig of the old Black Label. Man, he was down to 300k at big blind 60k. Was about to put in 40% of his stack in the blinds, woke up with the deuces, got the jam through. Here he is, just, what, 40 minutes later. Not only is he chip leader, there's been 3 eliminations since then. O'Dwyer out in 6th, Webster Lim out in 5th, Vincent out in 4th. And there you have it.
Are you not entertained, folks? 1,400 of you joining us. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. This man has done so much in the poker world. Daniel Nielsen joins us for so many stops here at the APT.
Yeah, he's had a lot of near misses as well, if I'm not mistaken. APTs.
Salt to the wound in the form of a relatively unplayable 9-6 off for Calvin Lee. Both Calvin and Dylan need to get used to this new dynamic now. It's one thing to have all the chips like Daniel seems to now have with over 50 bigs, but to have this sort of momentum, it can really mess with the mental game of the other players.
And Nielsen's success in the last year or so, if we jump back to the APT Taipei back in September of 2024, came 2nd in this very event, the Superstar Challenge, for 181,000. He followed that up with a win just a few days later in a single-day high roller for 60k. Took down the APT high roller in Manila in November of 2024, so just like a month later for 73,000. This guy is consistent, man. In the last year, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's the
6,
slow roll
7.
one, by the way, Henry. The
Yeah.
one where he slow rolls. So he has a mega lion, mind you, from the APT high roller. That's the 2-day high roller we do.
Yeah, he has 7 wins in live tournaments in the last year.
But as he himself has proven, it certainly isn't over till it's over.
Yeah, that's very true.
Dylan with 12 bigs is the shorty. (7-5) folded on the button. 9-3 are rags, but they're suited. Decides not to limp and speculate. Calvin with the walk. This is getting tense. This is getting tense. Don't forget, folks, the pay jump is astounding. Going from about 276 to 418, that's over 140,000 USD. The jumps in entries in the main have slowed down, but they are inching towards the guarantee nonetheless. And perhaps a bit more importantly to me, we're about 39 spots away from 568 entries, which will give us a $1 million first place prize. And it only goes up from there, folks. Don't want to cheapen the moment here, Henry, but I'm comfortably in the black with a couple of my main event prop bets.
Nice.
A few sandwiches are coming my way for free.
Very nice. Love to hear that. Man, just what the doctor ordered for me. This little reintroduction to the APT after a stint away. Massive shout out to Carl and Sam, by the way. Just really mastering their craft in the booth. I think they're a very dynamic duo. Offer a lot of insight. Great banter between them as well.
Super fun. Super fun. Pleasure to be with them this time and every other time I've had the privilege. Fun off the tables and off the booth as well.
No, really, really solid guys.
Did catch up with some stories, seeing them after the better part of a year in Kyle for the first time, and I had retroactive FOMO. Getting up to some stuff. 51-37, and now sub 9 bigs. I think the Sharks, the Vultures, the Hyenas are circling Dylan's tiny stack, three-handed. You're going to be ponying up 2 bigs and the half for the small so quickly. The ranges to get it in are getting super wide, and by the way, 10-9 suited is going to be played from the button. It's the kind of hand that could call off a jam, and ace-deuce off. Should be jamming here. He has just enough to have some fold equity against the raggier part of Daniel's open range. So he's going to exercise that fold equity. And what do you think, Henry? 10-9 suited?
Yeah, I mean, you've nailed the jam. I think Nilsson has to call this off.
Performs too well against too many holdings.
Yeah, precisely. You know, he's up against overcard, undercard, as we can see here. He's got 46%. There is this weird kind of, you know, it's kind of nice to keep Dylan in.
Yeah.
He's got direct position on Lee. You know, with Dylan playing, you know, 10, 11, 12 bigs.
He puts it together and lets it go. I think this also says something to me about how Daniel perceives his own skill level against these two. Now, mind you, the way he's playing and swinging, I doubt he ever doubted his own skill level. But he's not here to take some marginal spots. If he can just get it done the old-fashioned way, just keep pounding, keep utilizing that chip lead. In Daniel's shoes, I'm calling it off there, thinking I have 10-9 suited against Dylan Lindy. Getting some pot odds, might take it. Clearly, that's not how you get to Daniel's spot. Chip leader in the 50K.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's nice seeing different players approach the game in, you know, their own way. I think the computer clicks cool there a lot, you know. At least for chips.
There's that tricky check with the ace and the big blind. Seeing this more and more does make a lot more flops maneuverable if you do have this in your check back range. Both players whiff completely. Daniel with the best of it.
Right, quick round of knuckles. And yeah, I have to agree. You do see this a lot more. I think the idea of raising it up pre-flop and then facing a limp re-raise, absolute disaster. Have to fold a hand as strong as ace-4 suited. Look at this. Nilsson getting value from king high on the turn. This river's gonna go check, check.
You don't feel good in Calvin's shoes seeing that.
Nielsen's just loving it, mate. He's like, right, let's close this one out, 600k, and then I'll jump in this this 10k. More than half the chips in play.
$970 in ICM jail. Not very playable on the button. And take note, folks. Learn along with us as we see some of the best make these marginal, interesting decisions. Pocket deuces now for Daniel. And cards are up. He has to have jammed. Does that mean Dylan's called?
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, with the ace-8. 12 bigs. Huge flip for Daniel and Dylan, of course, for his tournament life. Daniel has been doing well with the flips thus far. Time to see if the momentum can continue. Or can Dylan complete a comeback?
Would love to see Dylan. Oh, man, just as I say that, I would love to see Dylan double up and stay in this fight, keep it three-handed. I think he's navigated this final table to perfection, but unfortunate here. 12 bigs, blind v blind, ace-8, always going in. Nielsen winning the flip. Dylan out in third. And with that, in the blink of an eye, we have gone from 6 players to heads up in, what, an hour?
If that. It has been a sight to behold, mainly on account of the man on your screen right now. The splash of color, that is Daniel Nielsen.
Look at that.
Going from 5 bigs all the way to a massive chip lead, going to heads up, 2-1 almost. We are playing for that glorious trophy. Rose Gold APT Championship Mega Lion will now be placed on the table, as we do have a heads-up match on our hands, folks. To the extent there is any talk of deals, we'll keep you posted. Otherwise, these two are going to be battling it out for over $180,000 US dollars. $50,000 was the buy-in and over 400 locked up. We're going to take a 10-minute break to set up for heads-up. Trust me, you do not want to go anywhere. I doubt any of you will. This is going to be so exciting when we come back and close this out. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I've walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down and almost underground and so deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I fought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you in advance.
Step by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road.
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell them that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get
road.
off of this lonely road. And get off of this lonely road.
RG 404 ADL. Yeah, hey. I ain't got no time to chill. I be smoking them trees. I ain't popping no pills. Stay lifting that still. I feel every perk. I'm putting that work with the bars. Yeah, still. No Olympics. Flip bars with the skills. You can feel it, man. I'm hungry. I need me a meal. I'm different. Hate it or love it. I'm real. Pivot straight to the top. Fuck a deal. Man, this broke shit lame. Y'all better stop playing. I'm trying to run game till y'all stop paying. Cause I'ma stop, babe. Wanna get far, babe. Ain't got the best cars, babe. And this shit kinda hot, babe. But you know I ain't giving up. Yeah, I wanna live it up. When they hit me up, yeah, they know what's up. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Climbing out the bottom, ain't got no other option type shit. Working night shift cause I ain't popping for the budget, not the profit. Yeah, but I keep going cause I love it. Ain't known by the public, and they treat you like a ghost when you're not the topic. Bad bitches treat you like you're ugly, but when you get the money, they be so lovely. When you get the champagne, they be so bubbly. I ain't complaining, I know the game, so when I get the bag, the same bad bitches will be crying. You don't love me, I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. You got the best workout plan, but it doesn't work out, man. Cause you don't work out then. You better put that work in. I keep going, still shine when the rain keeps pouring. Still grinding when the shit is boring. Keep slipping on me, you gon' wake up to this work like it's morning. It's not a warning, I keep moving forward, it's too important. Put this shit in motion, Jewish rapper, you know I'm kosher. I really do it for the people in the culture. Black and Jewish, you can call me sports, nigga. Wanna ball, fuck the courts, nigga. Got that dope shit with a pork, nigga. From the block, but I chose to get this dough with this flows, to pimp this hoes with the shows. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. Life ain't no fun when you're broke. I gotta get this dough, so I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. I ain't got time right now. Got a lot on my mind right now. Too busy on the grind right now. Working hard trying to shine right now. Hit me up later. I'm too busy right now.
Desert hills and lonely places, heavy still without your traces, holding on to every breath we wasted, tender for your soft embrace.
Blink and you'll miss it. If you tuned out for the last hour, you'll probably be quite surprised to hear that we are down to heads up in this Superstar Championship. We're live. We went from 6 to heads up in the span of 45 minutes. It was a case of big hand against big hand, and then a certain man from Australia, Daniel Nielsen, went on quite the spin from 5 big blinds with 6 left to overwhelming chip lead against the American Calvin Lee. Coming into this heads-up battle, 400k and change locked up, 600,000 for the win, and of course that trophy. I'm joined by my co-commentator in the booth. Vidor, standard stuff all round. I mean, it was too shallow for, too much funny business post-flop, and just finding heat at the right time has got both of these guys hit.
Well, the heat has been squarely In the corner of the Aussie, Daniel Nielsen, Calvin Lee did have what felt like a stronghold on this table for a while, but things did take a turn when he tried to 3-bet bluff Daniel Nielsen, who of course with the poker god shining on him over the past hour or so, had the aces. The top pair came in on the flop for the queen 5, and that was that. The full double for Daniel with the aces. Took the chip lead. Did lose Dylan Lindy in third place there. And now it comes down to this. 417,000 locked up and no deal. We're playing cards for 183,000 USD. I'm very excited to see what these two have to say as Isara has a word with them both.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now back here at the heads up of our Superstar Championship. And now we are left with two of our superstars. Let me do a quick introduction of them. On one hand, we have Calvin Sung-Won Lee and his opponent, Daniel Neil Johnson. Yes, please give a round of applause for them, guys. Wow, I love the energy in the room right here. Well, I mean, everybody is ready. Let me just have a quick word with both of you. Let's start with you, Calvin. So I would love to know, actually, how are you feeling right now making it to the heads up of this event?
I'm feeling great.
Feeling great? What do you have to say to your opponent?
Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, that was short, that was concise. How about you, Daniel? How about you? How are you feeling right now?
Well, first of all, you got my name wrong.
I am so sorry about that.
And then, yeah, he's fucked. He has no chance.
Well, sorry about that, guys. Anyways, well, we'll see. We'll see how it's gonna end up, guys. I'm super ready. Both of them are super ready as well. So let's waste no more time and let's start dealing. Let's get it on, guys. Thank you very much.
Choice words from both contenders, perhaps matching their personalities, but the sportsmanship very much alive between these two. Not surprised to see no deal. And you're signing up for a $50,000 buy-in. Sometimes you're just playing heads up for $180,000.
Oh man, I can't. It's just like poor sorry, just like, yeah, so what do you have to say to your opponent? And he's just like, well,
You said 3.2, right?
my opponent's effed. He stands no chance. Like,
but he did
he's drawing dead.
Start out by saying, I'm hammered. So everything he says after can be taken with a pinch of salt. He's having fun out there, and why not? 2-1 chip lead, 64 bigs to 33 bigs. Somebody in chat says he looks like Michael J. Fox, and I swear to you, I don't know if they're talking about Calvin, Daniel, or Isara.
So, Nielsen certainly showing that he is confident coming into this heads-up match. Outflopped on the 7-5 deuce. Check, bet, call, deuce of spades, changes nothing. Could potentially see a lead here from Lee. We don't. He's happy to just go into check call mode.
And the snap check, perhaps a patented snap check from Daniel. Doesn't muck about. I was excited to see what he did in that spot because I thought it would be an indication of his mindset coming into heads up. 7-5 deuce board can be double barrel, putting max pressure against a lot of the continuing range on the flop, but Daniel decides he's going to preserve that chip lead, find a better spot. Nice value bet here with third pair. The weakest pair on the board, actually, and the correct time to make a value bet. Won't be getting paid though. Oh my goodness. He's used the 9 blocker and the hearts coming in to convert this hand into a bluff with a river raise. A huge river raise, mind you, 150 going to 1 million super polar.
This is pretty gangster. Especially after he just gave it all of the chat.
And suddenly that snap check on the turn could be valuable information. Is Daniel snap checking hands that become nutted on this river? 9-8 comes to mind, perhaps most obviously. Surely hearts have to consider a double barrel on a 7-high board heads up. So what is he repping? The super nutted part of his range, pocket 7s, deuces, might do the same, and it gets the job done. Cannot blame Calvin for folding the weakest pair there, but the gumption on this man is incredible. 7 million now for Daniel. That reminded me of the old Tom Dwan story. He said what made him level up as a poker player was discussing a hand with your friend, Henry, Phil Galfond.
Yeah.
And Tom gave him the options. Should I call here? Should I raise? Should I fold? And Galfond said, yeah, you can do some of those, but you could just jam. And he said it just unlocked this different node in terms of how to play poker. Well, how many of you in chat, looking at the stab on the flop with the 9-3, getting to the river, planning to fold and move on to the next one, consider just 5xing and taking the pot down?
Classic Galfond. Looks like Nilsson's going to go 2 for 2. Don't see him showing down 6 high.
Calvin might have the same mindset, and he does fire on this ace, and now it's Daniel, who's never folding with that open-ender. Tough to represent the ace, but he's grabbing the 100Ks. And he makes it look easy. This has to be difficult to deal with in Calvin's shoes.
This early, this kind of statement being sent, and the fact that we had that heads-up interview as well, where he's just dropped, you know, the casual F-bomb. You know, he's like, I'm just going to destroy this guy. My opponent doesn't stand an effing chance. He can taste it. Can taste the win.
Calvin running the numbers. Mind you, momentum comes and goes. Calvin Lee has seen it all. He's just playing his ranges and the cards. Anybody in this tournament has the mental game of a world-class player, especially somebody heads up. But ever since Calvin Lee lost the chip lead, I think any interaction between these two, Daniel seems to have the best of it. Ace, Queen, King now the best hand with the quick bet. I mean, if I didn't know differently, if I didn't know the caliber of Calvin Lee, I'd say Daniel is like toying with his food out here.
Making it look easy, pulling all the moves this early, extended his lead to a 3-1.
In chat, somebody says, is this the new Hangover movie? Daniel does get that a lot, the Zach Galifianakis thing. Go look up Daniel Nielsen on Hendon Mob. You'll see a very different avatar.
It's such a great profile picture as well, man. That is quite the beard.
The Aussie Santa Claus with this giant beard. (10-8) V7-9 suited. Something for both players. Once again, Daniel with the best of it. Pretty traditional to rather continuation bet on this board with just a gut shot, hoping to take it down. Daniel will, of course, not oblige. Second pair more than good enough to check call. No overcard to the 8 now. Flush draw comes in. Check mark for Daniel. I mean, it's one thing to be making moves. But the check marks do seem to end up with Daniel a lot recently. Yet another hand. I haven't kept count, but I think we're 4 of 4, perhaps 5 of 5 in this heads up. This is not easy to digest in Calvin's shoes, ladies and gentlemen. Momentum and the mental game, a big part of heads up.
Four for 4 is, yeah, not what you want when you come in with 2-1 chip deficit. But I think what you pointed out about Lee's composure and, you know, the experience, because I think experience does play a massive part in these high rollers. He's been here a lot of times before. He's seen it all. And not letting someone like Daniel get under his skin and just recognizing the fact that, like, hey, I still have 20 big blinds. I don't need to panic. Options here. 9 high, no showdown, open-ended.
It's getting called, I'll tell you that. And it got snap called. Bottom pair and the gut shot. And the check mark. Once again, a showdown would mean 5 for 5. But Calvin with the 9 high should be thinking about stealing it. And just bottom pair for Daniel. It is a potential steal. This is where the momentum comes into play. But Calvin disregarding in the favor of a... Yeah, there it is. He's taking the stab. The graphics adjusting. 350K. Bottom pair heads up. But Calvin's bet looks tempting enough, such that it's sort of leveling Daniel, surely. And he lets it go. He made it look like a value bet. Take a bow, Calvin. That's the way to take momentum back.
I like the little post-hand stare as well. You know, I don't think Daniel's the type to get intimidated, but still just kind of, you know, chuck him a bit of a cold look.
That'll do so much for his confidence. A reminder that to be one of the greats, you don't need the cards to be going your way. You just need to play good poker. Really like that value bet. Knows he's not getting decent pairs to fold. Gives himself a good price to bluff. And it actually accentuates the fold frequency thanks to the sizing. Trap with an ace. Line levels are favorable for the commentators. 24 bigs for Calvin Lee.
Nice. Nice little limp jam there. Look at that. It's gone from 3-1 chip deficit, pulling it back to nearly 2-1. Getting that bluff through, and then the limp jam, 29 bigs.
Limp with the queen deuce. Pocket fives for Calvin. I find this one of the trickiest spots to navigate. Tiny pair, 27 bigs, out of position, heads up. On the one hand, you don't want to bloat the pot. On the other hand, if you check, you're giving your opponent the chance to flop better than you out of position. He decides to go with the big raise. Bit more likely to get folds. Wouldn't mind having the hand over with. Now 3 million, coming back to where we started. Heads up with.
Yeah, this is nice.
Yeah, no more 4 for 4.
I would love to see a real battle here. I don't think it's going to happen just purely because of this man right here, the way that he plays.
And his beverages.
I think, yeah, he's not exactly one to just, play like a bunch of check down spots, right? So it makes it a lot easier for 30 big blinds apiece to find their way in the middle. Having said that, limp on the button from Lee, check from Nielsen.
Actually, learning something with that limp, 5 deuce off is one of the few hands you can feel okay giving a walk to your opponent. And mind you, now that Calvin has almost 30 bigs, it wouldn't have hurt him too much, but it does seem to signify a post-flop advantage. There we go. He finds the steal with the flush draw, baby flush draw. He also doesn't feel like Daniel's over-raising limps. So we're back to exactly where we started heads up, 65 to 32. If anything, the momentum has made its way to Calvin a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing 20 bigs 4 hands ago.
And you get that extra boost of, is it adrenaline, serotonin? I'm not sure, but when you've done it without having the cards, the 9-3, the 5 deuce, you do feel that extra spurt of energy to try and muscle your way back into this match. 1 all in and the chips flip. Spicy one here. 10-5-3, all diamonds. 6 high for Daniel, but the open ender. Best hand reduced to being a bit mismatched in color. The ace-6 suited. Daniel takes it down.
How do you want this one to end? Vido, do you just want a classic pre-flop cooler, run it, may the best man win, or it's been a while since I've seen like a bluff catch go wrong. I would love to see like an incorrect bluff catch. That'd be a pretty cool way to end this. They're trying to put the cape on for the win, and oh no, my opponent's got it. My bad.
I'll add to that with some honesty. I would love for Daniel to find the slow roll in the 50K this time.
Come on.
He's just one of the few people who can get away with it. I mean, just look at him.
That would be
the poker headlines tomorrow will say drunken Aussie slow rolls, Calvin Lee for the win. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Like I said, 2-1 chip lead certainly can be reversed with just one hand. But I'm telling you, he's capable.
That's so brutal.
I wouldn't have said it if I hadn't seen him do it, but
just have your opponent deep in the tank. You're just max time banking, and they're like, yeah, cool. Oh man, give me the hand history. Like he just had the nuts, right?
I think he had like trips on the river, and he knew he was winning. I think he had the second. Oh, he had this. Yeah, he had a fly. He basically had the nuts. Yeah,
okay.
He knew.
And this is for the win.
This is for the win.
Wow.
Fun and games aside, Calvin Lee seems on a mission. So I just double checked and remembered it was against his fellow Aussie, Alexander Linsky. Has been joining us at this tour as well, including the super high rollers.
Right. It was against Linsky, yeah.
And by the way, Linsky was not happy.
No way.
Rags versus Rags on the ace-4 board. Daniel just loves to get chips into the middle. The smile, the banter, all hiding the fact that he's trying to extend that lead.
All right, blinds have gone up a couple of hands ago. Just 80 bigs in play. Still very deep here, though. Average stack of 40 big blinds. Do a quick color up. Now playing big blind 120K.
So I'm guessing your chatter about opponents wearing RMs came from Calvin. I know just about enough about watches now to recognize that one. What do you think Daniel Nielsen's shirts are from? They feel tailor-made somehow.
I mean, it's giving me like surfer shop vibes. Like Billabong.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Nice pull.
You know? Yeah? That's kind of what I'm... Although, I don't know, it's giving me, you know, the LSD kind of, you know, smiley face with the Technicolor waves going through. It's Burning Man. Maybe there was a, you know, a pop-up store in the desert.
At a rave,
yeah.
Perhaps.
I can see it.
Take a look at the action here. Calvin firing 2.5 bigs. He opened 2.3 bigs, I believe, so sized up a little bit. Too soon to tell, both for us and for Daniel, what that means.
Feels like Nielsen doesn't buy it, and he's got the King of Hearts. But it does have to let it go, byproduct of the sizing that was chose. Look at that. What a stunning trophy. Calvin up to 3.5 million. He's doing what needs to be done.
Checking in on the main Henry, 544 entries, over $5 million crossed in
Let's
the
go,
prize
man.
pool.
Let's go. What level are they at now? So they've still got what, 4 levels.
2 left, because these are 75-minute levels.
Okay, but 2 levels today and then 2 levels tomorrow.
To Reg.
To Reg, right. Wow.
I'm expecting big numbers. I mean, bigger than what we have already. I can imagine a lot of people firing 10Ks. Like to save a day. Come on down tomorrow. Yet another Rag versus Rag on the paired board. Daniel got the best of it with a simple flick-in of a 100K chip this time. Adds a few blues. Those are 5Ks apiece. However, this time Calvin has bottom pair. Will not be going anywhere. The 8 of spades is a crucial card, actually. And he uses it to check raise with bottom pair. Take note, folks. Don't see the short stack doing this too easily. He's trying to get the hand over with here, and Daniel is grabbing chips. The float with 10-3, just a single spade. And this is why you don't check raise bottom pair. You start opening yourself up to these leveling wars. The ace of spade comes in, like I said. That backdoor spade card could make the difference in this hand. Does Calvin want to continue? Think about the traditional calling range from Daniel. Would include spades. Calvin blocks a single one. Obviously, queens would play this way as well. Pairs better than deuces. And it's an ace that comes in, ace high. So Calvin shuts down. I don't blame him. And I think Daniel's got the absolute perfect card to now turn his float into a bluff. Oh, this angle. I think we got Calvin's POV there looking at Daniel, and it's quite something.
Nilsson's so entertaining, man. There was a way to sign a petition to have him at every feature table. And look at this. Lee is not going down without a fight. Check raise flop, check call turn. Improves, by the way, worthy of note. Does now beat other deuce X that he was perhaps chopping with. And if Nilsson runs this, this would be savage. No, he's going to give up. He gives up. And we've got a even heads-up match on our hands.
Neck and neck. Just look at those stacks. Huge pickup. Calvin managing to just dig in his heels on the turn. Did not have the best spade, as it turns out. Needed to dodge a bunch of cards. And Daniel decided to check back, wanting to keep what is now the tiniest of chip leads. Just like that. Anybody's game.
This is what I wanted. I didn't want to see, you know, just a one-sided heads-up battle. Feels like for an event like this, a 50K, a 600K up top, record-breaking Superstar Championship here. We need a real fight to the death.
Absolutely.
Oh no!
Oh,
Just as I say
my
that.
goodness.
Hang on, how deep are we here?
40 bigs.
Okay. All right, so I don't know, man. Lee has been very like momentum / game flow based, and there have been a couple of spots where he's like anticipated like 3-bets, so he's dug deep, and other spots where he's anticipated like light open, so then he's found like light 3-bets. This feels like things have been going Lee's way. I'm now expecting Nilsson to find like a light 3-bet to try and like swing the pendulum back into his favor.
Right.
Let's see if Calvin missteps here. Just comes with call.
Cannot blame him. Ace line looks potent heads up. Not to mention, he is in position. Plenty of bad flops for Calvin. And that is actually not one of them. Could be the kind of board he needs to get away from it.
Yeah.
That being said, he's drawing essentially dead, and 1.9 million in the middle are more than likely to end up in Daniel's stack. That being said, he'd be... I do expect a bet and a fold.
I just don't see how we can continue putting money into this pot with Ace of Hearts, 9 of Clubs, even if we're suspicious of our opponent. It's tough. Even in position, continue. So, is that 6-4, 3-2 chip lead?
Calvin didn't quite get the chip lead in the previous hand, but did tie things up top. Now kind of back where we started heads up from, so it just goes to show anything can happen. To all of you watching, by the way, don't forget our streaming coverage for the next 4 days. Main event, day 2, where we go one feature table after another. Get to meet a host of players battling it out in our 10K event. 540 of them are out on the floor right now. Single flight here at Red Space in Taipei. We can certainly fit all of them and many, many more at this huge venue. We'll take you to day 3 next. Expect to be in the money then. Day 4 as we play down to the final table and close things out after that. Playing a huge final table, certainly the biggest in terms of prize pool at the APT, and one that I've covered. $1 million up top, all but guaranteed in the main event. I did hear some number internally, Henry, about the prize pool doled out thus far in the series. Let's just say it had crossed 8 figures already, and I'll leave it at that. Wow. And now we're adding the main event after, and we do have some other marquee events to go, the APT Championship events that get you these Mega Lions. So all kinds of records are broken, of course, this one being the first championship, but I think things have gone rather even better than planned, and it's all thanks to the support of the players, of course. Super grateful.
You almost had a little piece of that 8-figure payout, 8 figures in payouts last night, right?
You sound resentful because I myself came 7th place in the Super Hyper Turbo, whereas you only managed 10th place.
Whoa. No resentment. I was surprised you were learning games on the fly, and I spotted you in some, what was it, like an 8-game mix. And you're like, Henry, I've learned 5 games today.
That's right, the Octoraz. It was fantastic, by the way. An amazing time. I'll tell you the sticker shock of the Octoraz, just to give you a sense of the value you get when you buy into these APT mixed games. 3 hours of late registration, and when late registration closed, out of 50 entries, there had only been 5 eliminations.
No way.
So just think about how much you get to play, because they are limit games, they're fun, the dealer and the players teach you the games. Check out the APT schedule and join us for some of the mixed games if the 10K main events are not your thing.
So what games did you learn on the fly?
I don't want to insult our stream by even naming some of these events, but let's just say Raz Doogie and Raz Desi were in the mix.
The hell is Raz Doogie?
Well, I Googled it and found out. Jack high board, mind you, for Calvin. And we've seen Daniel get frisky with hands that have essentially no business being involved. This time, not so much. I feel like Calvin just has been maintaining that equilibrium of where he started heads up with 33 bigs or so. Went down to 20, came back up to 45, now back down there again.
It's very composed.
I have turned on rather the Google Translate on the Korean comments coming in support of Calvin Lee. Very, very cool to see. Taking a quick look at how we started this final table once we came down to 9. First off, a shout out to the diversity. 9 players, I believe, 7 flags. The 2 repeats being the United States, Calvin and Dylan, and Thailand, Alex Weiss and Punat Punsri. People flying in from all over the world to play the Superstar Championship. Really warms my heart. Amazing support for all kinds of events here. Another top pair. Calvin will be clawing back some chips After he almost evened things out, to the extent this goes to showdown, seems very, very likely. Did check raise with bottom pair there on the paired board. This time around, the board is super wet. Queen 6 off, Queen 6 suited rather, with the backdoor. Right candidate for a check call.
Do we have liftoff with Nielsen with that 3 of clubs? Oh boy. I mean, this hand right here could really change the way this tournament plays out. 650 fired on the turn. Lee not going to be going anywhere with top pair. That much we know. Will be practically tied once more. Perhaps going to take the chip lead, especially if Nielsen triples off here.
No club. The 10 is a pretty good card for Calvin to see. Very unlikely for Daniel to be blasting off with a 10. His kicker improved just slightly. Queens and 10s with an 8. That's what he's playing now. He's checked once more, and the nut low for Daniel. Is this the moment? Last time around, when he got down to 5 million, he decided to just check back. He would have seen the showdown, realized he could have got Calvin off the hand, but decides to check once again. Good timing for it this time around.
Even Stevens, my man.
Thanks to the Google Translate, I see what the chat is hoping for. A few people saying all in, asking for Daniel to find the jam.
Trying to overhear what was being said there. Wasn't sure if it was like a post-mortem needle. Ah, yeah, you're probably not folding, right?
Calvin just focused, realizing his opponent does have plenty of weaknesses he can try and exploit. Look at this 5-deuce once again, picking up what I assume are limping chips. Pretty much implying he has almost 100% continuing range on the button heads up. I think that banter was for the chip counts. They can't see the numbers like we do. They have to count it in person, but basically even stacked. Daniel decides to raise it to 400. Now, Henry, I've been meaning to ask you,
go on,
ages now. This kind of bet, attacking a limp from the small or otherwise often called an ISO.
Yeah.
What do you think about that terminology? I'm just not a fan. Who are you isolating? Your heads up. There's very few poker terms I don't instantly get on board with, but as somebody who likes heads up, every bet is an ISO.
Yeah, you've really thrown me under the bus here. So let me just ask. Okay, so full ring, blind v blind, small blind limps, big blind.
Don't love that either. There's only 2 of you.
Okay.
If somebody limps and then you raise, you're isolating that player.
Sure.
This is our chance to make a positive dent in the poker world.
I think that's where it came from. I think it was like someone limps from like
Indeed.
hijack
Yeah.
button, then makes it like 3x, and it's called like, you know, an ISO. Okay, what would you call it? The elevator?
Okay, I like that. I hadn't thought. I'm firstly glad to have you on board with the premise, and the solution we'll come up with together.
I'm not sure what to call it. But I'm very open-minded to trying to change this, because you are right, now that you've pointed out, like...
I'll tell you what, the next time you and I are in the booth together, and it could be in the next 5 minutes, we're not sure, it happens again, whatever we come up with, we'll stick to.
All right. I'm not sure about that, but all right.
Check mark for Calvin with the 2 pairs.
Yeah, got tricky on the turn, checked it over, hoping Nielsen would come with like a delayed stab. He's going to do it 3 times, and this is going to work.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The trap engaged. Daniel has taken the bait, and I suspect a check raise is in order. Jacks up is just so strong here, especially given the action. You also want your opponent to be in their heads in a leveling war. Think that they're being bluffed at. Consider calling with something like a pair of 5s that they might have hit on the river, perhaps a weak 6. Value betting. He's not snap mucked it, which is usually his style, which tells me there is possibility.
You think he's going to click it?
Oh,
he jammed.
My word. Oh my word. He has taken Queen 3-0 and 3-bet jammed for the tournament.
Oh my word.
And Calvin was trapping 2 pair.
This guy is so gangster. Whether it works or doesn't work, it's so refreshing to have this kind of play style in these high rollers. I think it is the reason he's found so much success on the circuit over the last couple of years. It's the willingness to deviate from GTO, if you will.
He's repping 8-7, perhaps 7-3. Precisely. He realizes that Calvin's trap couldn't have been that strong, and Calvin calls it off. And Daniel, with the cheeky smile, reveals the absolute air. What just happened? Calvin Lee has 90% of the chips in play. Daniel Nielsen down to 5 bigs.
What an incredible hand of poker. Could have played out so differently if, even if like Calvin just goes for thin, a thin size on the river. After it goes check flop, check turn. But he checks it over a 3rd time. Nielsen goes for the bet 3-bet jam with the relevant dangler, trying to get 2 pair to fold. Lee just digging deep. Finds the hero call. Let's give credit to Nielsen, by the way, for a savage bluff.
I don't think I have enough credit to give. I mean, what it takes to decide that spot is where you go for it. Years of experience, feel for the game. Did not work out this time. Calvin sniffed it out. Went with some sort of a GTO call, perhaps, deciding he's high enough in his range against this kind of opponent and has to play for his tournament life. Rewarded, to say the least. I mean, he's, what, 1 all-in away from having Daniel Just on the ropes with 4.9 bigs. This could be over very shortly.
I'm really curious. You know, I wonder what hand qualities we want to make the hero call there. I do wonder if... I wonder if like 5-7 is a better hero call than Jack 6. You know? Or... yeah. Like, I wonder if we're supposed to fold 2 pairs and call a lot of 1 pair hands that have like a straight blocker. Or if just against Daniel, 2 pairs we're just always click and call. I don't think the... What an incredible hand to practically wrap this one up. I mean, Nilsson's going to need to do what he did before and go on quite the spin. So, 9.1 plays 640k. Nilsson needs to find a double urgently.
He did it before in a very different circumstance. This time around, he needs a few spin-ups to even have a shot. I've seen crazier things, certainly in heads up. Daniel not one to look defeated. He did give his, what I assume is his rail, a cheeky look. And 9-6 is not what you want to see.
650. 650 call.
Goes for it anyway. I think Queen 7 is just a call here. Flicks in the chip. This could be it. 1.4 in the middle. Daniel behind, but not too behind. We can see the equity, 38%. Let's just call it a soft flip for the title. 2 live ones for the Aussie.
Calvin looking to go wire to wire. Bagged day 1 chip lead. Ooh. Oh no. 10-5-4 all diamonds. Nilsson with the superior diamond.
It's a flip.
Oh my word, is this just too many outs? Now just has open-ender, flush draw. There it is. The show goes on, my friends. 1.4 million. It's a start. It would be so sick for him to go down to, what, 700k like he did. Similar to when we were 6-handed. He was down to 5 bigs. Then just went on the spin of a lifetime.
Needs another one.
Come back and close this one out. It really would be special.
Let's do the quick math. He'd need another double, would take him to 24 bigs. Calvin down to 58. So 2 needed for the chip lead. Each one as important as the other, considering it's for his tournament life. Calvin Lee looking in control.
One more double for Nilsson. And we are, you know, I mean, you might get a walk here. Jack 4 offsuit. No, you're right. Lee has been coming with near 100% limp strategy so far.
King 8 off. Good enough. Any king heads up. 10 bigs. Oh, very surprising check here, Henry. Daniel perhaps giving Calvin a bit of credit for trapping. And there's a jack and an 8. Oh my goodness, here comes the double. Don't you tell me we're in.
This has just been such an incredible final table.
Surely the fairy tale double up is on its way. Heads up, any pair, so good. And Daniel has immediately check raised it, mind you. He's check raising off 10 bigs. Such is his reputation that he can get away being balanced here. Calvin calling to essentially keep Daniel's bluffs in the mix. Just 2 outs for Calvin to get out of this. Otherwise, this match is about to start feeling a lot more dangerous than it was a moment ago. Queen of Spades, one of the cards that can let Calvin escape. That being said, he might be thinking his kicker problems just got solved.
I was about to say, for Nilsson, a pretty bad turn card in the sense that getting value from a jack is going to be tough across 3 streets now as the 10-9 completes. Queen 10, Queen 9, now ahead of the Jack 4, and of course, Calvin already losing to the flop trips. Man, has Lee just found a way to like lose the min here? And losing the min would have meant folding turn, but that felt like an impossible ask.
Not against this man. Surely, did we just see what he did with the Queen 3? That's the brick. Now a shove here, which I can only assume is coming. Will feel very polarized.
Gonna go for the old 1 chip back. He stacks the rest of his chips together.
The story is convincing. Sometimes your opponents have it. Check raise the flop, bet the turn, jam the river. Saying, just screaming an 8, really.
Peter, I'll be honest with you, I'm more concerned about Nilsson just barfing all over the table. I mean, there's been moments where I've just expected projectile vomiting from the Aussie.
I don't think you play for $180,000 heads up. Drinking consistently if you cannot hold it in.
I don't know, there was a tipping point. You know, like 5-handed seemed fine. Once we got down to 3 players, yeah, a bit wavy. Lee gets away from it.
Well done.
Loses the min.
So well done after that flop. How many of us against this opponent would manage to give him the full double? All that being said, 2 million now for Daniel. It ain't over till it's over. Lee was down to something similar not too long ago. All of a sudden, looks like Daniel is in the mood to grab victory from the jaws of defeat, as he did do 6-handed.
Straight up screenplay. find the poker here. Got from 6-handed to heads up in what, less than an hour. We had Nielsen up to a 3-1 chip lead in this heads up match. Lee was down to around 20 bigs. And Daniel with that ill-timed bet, 3-bet jam for all of it. Calvin flicked in the call with the 2-pair. But it ain't over yet. Look at this, 16 bigs, 1 double. Calvin's down to 50. Nielsen will be up to 32.
Back in business. This is heads up poker. And don't forget, they are playing for it all. $600,000 to the winner. 420 locked up.
I wonder what it's going to take.
I know this man doesn't need much.
Man, that bluff was so sick as well.
Does it end up being his downfall? Can he bob and weave his way out of it?
It just goes to show why he is so consistent at this buy-in level on this tour. Oh, wow. Lee finding the 3-outer on the turn. 360 in the middle. Wilson with the probe. 3rd pot. 2-tone turn texture with a ton of straight draws out there. I do wonder if Lee wants to look to charge those with this vulnerable 2nd and 3rd pair. No, he's just going to come with call.
Brick City on the river. And it's Daniel who's leading 3rd pair for what he might think is value. Those eyelids are drooping, Henry.
I told you.
And 10-7 here. Just like with the Jack-6, 2-pair strong enough to raise it up, unlike, say, full ring poker. Sizing needs to be determined.
I mean, surely we go for the jugular. Everything bricks. And now Nielsen with nothing but a bluff catcher. Just hoping that... Oh, wow, he didn't even waste time. He's just flicked in the call. It's all over. That's all she wrote. I was about to say, you know, he's going to try and think this one through. Try and put Calvin on like some 8x, 9x that got to the river, decided to bluff jam. Before I could even say that, he's flicked in the call, and we have our champion.
We have it. First of all, let's congratulate our runner-up for the Superstar Championship. It is Daniel John Nielsen. And of course, our winner, the Superstar Champion, Calvin Sung-Hwan Lee. Congratulations on winning the 19 million Taiwanese dollars as well as the APT Championship Main Event Pass. First of all, I would love to know, Calvin, how are you feeling right now?
Feels great. But I have one quick question. I won a pass in the last stop. So what happens now? I have two of these passes.
We will find out soon.
We'll find out sooner. Can you give it to Alfred? Well, yeah, Daniel said give him the other pass. I mean, yeah, how are you feeling now?
Good, and it's really nice to have, my mom is actually here, and my aunt over there. Yeah.
All right, I mean, do you have anything to say for those who are supporting you right here as well as back at home?
No, yeah, just thanks for the support.
All right. All right. And yes, hug. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, please give it up one more time for our winner of the Superstar Championship, Kelvin Sungwon Lee.
What an incredible run. It's not often that you get to see a champion go wire to wire. Bagged overwhelming chip lead day one. Throughout the day from 18 down to 9, held that chip lead, lost it for a brief moment to Steve O'Dwyer. Everything from there was kind of plain sailing until that ill-timed 3-bet. Came into heads up with a 3-1 chip deficit, but look, managed to turn it around, and I got a funny feeling that that kind of victory for someone like Calvin is going to be a career highlight.
Absolutely, this is the inaugural 50K, the first one ever at any Asian Poker Tour stop. That is one that Calvin Lee and we will not forget here at the Asian Poker Tour. He emerges $600,000 richer for his efforts. And shout out to Daniel Nielsen,
yeah,
the most entertaining player we have seen at our final table. He tends to be that at most of the stops he's on, but this one took it to the next level for many reasons. But I think the one I'll take away is the Queen 3-bet on the river. I mean, the experience, the nonchalance it takes to just flick in that 3-bet for all of it,
yeah,
and just give a wry smile when you get called. That man is something special. I can't wait for more from Daniel Nielsen.
I think that hand alone is just evidence enough for me as to why he's had the results that he's had on the tour over the last year and a half. And yeah, second place, you know, bittersweet to not get that trophy, but it's not going to be long until we see him, you know, taking down another high roller at the APT. Tomorrow, Vidal, what have we got? Come on, let's...
Well, first off, let me just announce we have crossed $5 million in the main event prize pool. And by the way, registration is still underway. It'll actually be open all the way up till the end of level 2. That'll be the break tomorrow. 75-minute levels, mind you. You certainly get an amazing structure and lots of play. So if you sign up at the start of day 2, that's tomorrow, you will get 50 bigs. That is a lot of bigs. And if you do the max late stretch, you'll still get 35 bigs.
Right.
Of course, day 1 is on right now. We are looking at maybe crossing that 1 million up top number within the next hour or so. And obviously, it goes up from there. On our streaming coverage, day 2 tomorrow. Looking forward to having you back, Henry, as we cycle through feature tables and see who these sickos are out there ponying up the 10K to try and win from over $5 million.
Look, I'm all for the sickos, but I also want to see some of the satellite. I want to, you know, the hero's journey, my friend. You know, from free rolls or, you know, a couple of dollar satellites into a ticket to then go on for a deep run. That is what we all sign up for. That's the reason why we all love the game. So would love to have something like that here. I'm going to shoot my shot. I'm going to say 1.3 million for first. I reckon tomorrow we're going to get like 150 people or so. So, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow around, 11:30 local time. We'll be going live with day 2 coverage of that APT Championship event.
That's right. You don't want to miss it. We will take you all the way to the final table over the next 4 days. It's certainly all Henry and I are thinking about. We hope you join us. Of course, hit subscribe so that you don't miss any of it. Hit a like on your way out. That way the YouTube gods know to show you the coverage. Or just set your alarms. Join us at 11:30 a.m. local time here at the lovely Red Space in Taipei. For tonight, for Henry and myself, we bid you adios. We will see you tomorrow.
cross your mind, say a prayer, I find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Can you hear me? Tell me, can you hear me? I've been calling out for help, still don't see nobody near me. I'm down it, almost underground it. So deep in the valley, I can't even tell you which way is the mountain. God, the only word I got, I could probably plant a garden, all this dirt I got. Trail of broken hearts behind me from the hurt I bought. Sometimes I really start to wonder if I deserve my spot. Cause I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, say a prayer for me, I think you would advance.
Step by step, walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I'll find my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road. Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off of this lonely road.
Would you catch me? Tell me, would you catch me if I told you I was sorry? Could I fall into your blessing? Would you wrap your arms around me? Never drown me. If I walk towards the light, could I tell him that you found me? God, the only help I got. I know some people plotting on me, probably thought I'd rot. Praying for my downfall, wanna take my spot. Guess I deserve it, all the evil came out my heart. But I'm just a man who's got blood all on his hands. But does a humble sinner still deserve a chance? Hey, take me up, I pray to God I never
Step
land.
by step, I walked 100 miles and I still ain't sure just what I'm trying so hard to find. The night seems longer and the wind blows louder when you wander so far from home. If I cross your mind, say a prayer, I found my way and get off of this lonely road.
Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely road. Off of this lonely road, off of this lonely
Get off
road.
of this lonely road. Get off of this lonely road.
But depending on what the yeah, can we choose that? Can I decide after the funds? I might want to take back my call. Okay. Definitely take it back. Alright, take it back. Give it a 9.
Change me, I was too far gone. But can't you see I'm better now? Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix. Don't go breaking my heart just because I broke yours. It wasn't my fault. Don't say this is the end when we know there is more. A broken I will never fix this. A broken I will never fix this.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
start sounding